So today is Black Friday, November 23rd. There's a big deal with the number 23 and my worldwide stalking group who likes to use time and numbers for references to send me hidden messages, and then, of course, like everything else, turn it around on me to try to make me look crazy. And so I will get into that in a few seconds. I am on my way to the land of Scorch, which I find extremely ironic because I'm headed down to Malibu, and I'm sure everyone's been watching the news and noticed that this extremely large fire in Malibu, Calabasas area, on a huge scale is, well, it's ironic, and due to the fact of how I've been treated by the Malibu community with every other community, it's actually a little amusing to me, being that when it comes to human life and caring about human life, these people have no problem launching worldwide murder operations to torture and kill me since 5 years old, saying your kind can't exist, whatever they mean by that. So I find it a little comical and ironic, despite the fact that, yeah, it is a tragic event, but the very people who are hunting me down to kill me, a lot of their properties have burned down, and ironically, and a lot of people have actually died. Well, I don't know how many, but I heard 25, maybe more. But you know, when you're, I guess you call it enemy that you don't even know or never met or don't even know why they're mad at you, this happens, I find it a very karmic experience, and I am going to call the land of Scorch in Malibu karma, which the police, government, NSA, FBI, and worldwide groups are mad at me for mouthing off to Jen Hess, telling that karma will get her when finding out that she was involved in all sorts of illegal activities, although I didn't really know how deep her activities went with the government. I just knew that something was very wrong with this person, and she was working some weird freaky angles with schizophrenia and all sorts of things, trying to send me hidden messages and turn me into what looks or appears like a violent paranoid schizo, which we've now seen the police come forward with these arrests and telling me that I'm 5150, showing their true colors, that the police with my family actually sent Jen Hess after me with many other. Jen Hess, Julia Sophia Reynoso, Kelly Hatch, going back, that's 21 years old. Corey Bixby at 16 approached on these frame job operations. And then linking all obviously the in-betweens, going all the way down to T1 class between first and second grade or whatever, with this black girl that I kissed, and the world being told that I'm a white supremacist. You get the idea of what Jen Hess and all these other women and people were involved in to exterminate me. And so, yeah, I do find this tragic experience karmic and ironic, that the very people that have been working on me so hard to the point that they actually are taking things out of movies. For example, I mentioned the movie The Big Lebowski and how a lot of those parallel from my life with the writers putting in fragments and parts of my life into the movie scripts, so that when I watch it, eventually, after enough of this media is done like that, I'll pick up on the hinting suggestive messages directed at me, while people sort of play it and reenact movies out in public to sort of try to flip me out and make me look crazy, right? So if anyone's seen The Big Lebowski and the Jackie Treehorn scene where the sheriffs don't want Jeff Bridges in or the dude, because everyone calls me the dude, sort of playing that mind game. They don't want they don't want the dude in Malibu, and the sheriff's treat him like shit with the porn producer Jackie Treehorn, and most likely the whole name Jackie Treehorn applies to something about my childhood and drawing that tree for my mother, which she didn't like, which is the end-all be-all of crimes at the psychology community with police, government, NSFBI, NSA, FBI, worldwide support, the entertainment industry and adult industry and music industry all need to hunt me down and try to turn me into a violent paranoid schizo for the crimes of this tree my mother didn't like, which unethically she wanted me to draw to analyze her son instead of treat her son like a son. So with that in mind, we can derive that the name Jackie Treehorn is revolving around the tree that I drew at a very young age for my mother who wanted to psychoanalyze me. Right? And we can go, I don't feel like breaking apart the entire movie for you, but there are tons and tons of parallels in that movie directed at me, so much so that my brother would want me to fly out to Florida with his wife Jen, another Jen, and we'll get into that probably today, all the Jens in my life. And so you get the idea. They want me to fly down there, and they keep mentioning parts of the scenes of the movie to try to trigger me into paranoia, which back then I wasn't really picking up on, but now I see what's going on with enough of this being done to my life over the years. So anyways, the other parallel, while we're going out to the land of Scorch, is, oh, and did I explain that the land of Scorch, no, I didn't. The land of Scorch, the reason I'm calling it the land of Scorch, is taken out of the movie Ralph Bakshi's Wizards. And in some of my last videos or segments, I explained how at 5 years old, my family, just like the Big Lebowski, wanted to take me to movies and then try to flip me out to make me think I'm in the movie. I explained and talked about the weight of the movie Wizards, and the relevance to these paranoid schizo tactics that are being done to my life. And so the land of Scorch is the scorched land in the movie Wizards, after, I think it's like after a nuclear war, and mutants are formed, and of course there's the good and evil wizard, and I'm supposed to, they're labeling me the good wizard, and they're labeling my brother like the evil wizard to try to flip me out and make me think I'm in the movie. And I explained all that in my earlier videos of my father, why my father was trying to frame me with guns and toy guns, and actually sent me to maximum security prison for 11 days, sending me messages to make me think it's about me doing model shoots with a toy gun that my father paid off with Victoria Walker with the LAPD to give to me for my 30th birthday in the Kelly Hatch surprise box mimic. We want false coerced confessions. You get the idea. So my family is reenacting or trying to play scenes out of movies that they show me, hence starting at 5 years old, 1977, Ralph Bakshi's Wizards, which is a really good movie, and I'm not going to get into the parallels of that because I discussed it in some of my other segments, and maybe later, if I feel like breaking down the entire movie and all the things they're doing to try to flip me out and make me think I'm in the movie while telling the world that I conform to media as a leverage play to dictate my life or just exterminate me. I don't really understand their reasoning, but what reasoning could there be other than to rid someone of the world? You get the idea. So ironically, we're going to the land of Scorch, Malibu. hold on, because we got a cop hiding back here and a brand new stoplight which has been put in, which isn't yet functional. And is that, I think that might even be Triumph Road, Triumphville Road, where T1 school was on. I'm not sure, it's dark out. Anyways, yeah, so Malibu, the land of scorched, isn't that ironic, you know? And talk about karma. Well, the true believers of karma isn't about revenge like has been done to me since 5 years old. The true believers of karma believe that there is a balance, like a yin-yang, in life, and therefore I find the entire psychopath population of Malibu, who is involved in brutally mobbing me to death for it's been a good 10 years since I've started going down to Malibu, so every time I'm there, cities get together to stalk me. Thousands of people show up at the Starbucks per hour, or the supermarket there, taking turns in an angry rage about the information I know. The other Starbucks out in Malibu, by Cross Creek, is where Brian Longbotham... Oh, I don't think I talked about that in my Brian Longbotham segment. The other Cross Creek shopping center is where Brian Longbotham, my ex-boss from Universal Studios / Modern Video Film, who was getting me jobs for the sole purpose to try to turn me into a violent paranoid schizo with the government and my family, staged a frame job out there, and what it was he said I was getting back into photography once it was starting to get back into digital, or once it started to get into digital photography. And so Brian saw that I was doing something with my life and got angry. But remember, this isn't some random psychopath that gets jealous for farting wrong, because as I explained, it goes from person to person. So Brian says to me, Kevin, you know, he sees that I buy a 10D camera and I start to get a little serious about photography, and I will throw in a side note here, because everyone is dramatizing this stupidity that Kevin needs to have the best things, so Kevin went out and he got a Canon 10D. Well, let me tell you that a Canon 10D is not professional gear. It is not even really prosumer gear. Back then it was a $1,400 camera body, the same exact pricing for today's cameras. I mean, if you go out and you buy a Sony, a Sony A7 Mark, I think they're on Mark III. Sony A7 Mark III, I think will cost you about $2,000 right now, brand new. Well, a Sony A7 Mark III is not considered something that people normally even use in studio shoots, although people do use them because they're fabulous cameras, but they're not that quote-unquote studio camera. Pro-level gear is $2,000. So my point is that all these yabos that are hobbyists of photography spend $2,000 to $3,000 for a camera body alone and aren't doing it professionally. And back then, if you wanted to get a studio camera, you would have probably bought a Canon 1DS, which would have cost you $6,000 for the camera body. So my point that I'm making, which most normal people don't have to do, they don't have to explain these stupid things, is that Kevin Perlman didn't start to get into photography and buy a $100,000 pro-level camera. Me bought the lowest level of SLR that you could buy, with a APS-C size sensor, which isn't even a full-frame sensor, right? But that's not the way that people like Victoria Walker and Brian Longbotham are putting it to the world, that I'm a crazy person who needs the best, and it's all about size, and it's all about big, and it's all about this, right? Because, why? Because they want to smear my name. Hence, getting to the point, Brian Longbotham sees that I buy a 10D camera and upgrade from this little couple $100 cheese ball digital thing, which you couldn't mess around with different lenses and do different things, a little compact consumer camera. So he says, Kevin, let's go to Starbucks in Malibu and play paparazzi. Okay, whatever. You're going out with Brian Longbotham. He's your friend on the side from these jobs that he's setting you up and framing you with that you don't know about. We go to Malibu, and remember, Brian Longbotham is connected in the entertainment and the adult industry, and I have explained the situations with the porn stars like Alexis Moore on those frame jobs and those things to make it look like I was stalking Alexis Moore. Also the Holly Body, which he then wanted me to work on Holly Weird after Holly Body's friend with her says weird as walking by me, right? So Brian Longbotham wants me to go to Malibu Starbucks, and we do, and he contacts Tia Leone and Martin Sheen. And what he does is say, Kevin, let's play paparazzi. And we go to Starbucks, and he says, look, there's Tia Leone, take her picture. And so I take her picture. And he says, there's, like a half an hour later, by the bank where at Cross Street Shopping Center, he says, oh, there's Martin Sheen. Take a picture of Martin Sheen. Okay, well, sure, why not, right? You got a camera, you see famous actors, and you take their pictures. Okay, whoop-de-doo, right? Who would care? Just like all these other things. You tapped your foot around Aubrey Fisher, you need to be hunted and killed for your inappropriate behavior. Who would care? Okay, so after this, I've been labeled to the entertainment industry and world that I am a abusive paparazzi who is harassing Hollywood actors and doing all these things, right? Now, the first thing you need to understand is the context of the situation. Okay, I've just arrived to the land of Scorch, and so unfortunately it's dark out, and I really wanted to come out here while it was light so I could see the fire damage, but I kind of got a late start today, so it looks like I'm not going to see much, although it doesn't really look like there's too much fire damage out here. Let's see what it looks like closer to the areas where I saw some photographs. Anyways, the context of the situation is I'm not some famous actor or politician who is known. I am known worldwide, but not because of anything that makes any sense of these so-called public shaming or murder operations, right? But keep in mind, back then in 2006 or whatever, I didn't know that I was known worldwide from these operations. And to this day and age, they're still all saying, I don't know you, playing their I know you, I don't know you, mind skull fucking game. So you get the idea that the context of the situation is not someone with presidential responsibilities who is responsible for possibly launching nuclear missils. The context is of a 5 years old. Oh, the traffic lights don't seem to work out here. The context is of a 25-year-old who has just found out that his business partner is a psychotic murderer, basically, and something's very wrong with my life, and have no clue what the hell's going on because what's being done to my life doesn't happen to people. I mean, I'm probably the only person on the planet something like this has ever happened to on this magnitude, and nobody thinks it's wrong. Okay, so needless to to say some kid, the context of the situation is once you take out the worldwide public shamings, for example, hold on, there's a stop sign with a police officer because probably fire damage, but let's see. Okay, so the land of, or sorry, so the context of the situation normally, without these freaky criminal activities going on, is that some 25-year-old kid who just basically lost his company, found out his partner is a psychotic murderer, although he can't really believe all the things he's seeing with worldwide support, while I'm kind of in a denial state. But not only that, is that I'm not really doing anything wrong to begin with, so that by Brian Longbotham saying let's go out and take pictures of actors isn't a crime to begin with, and it's not anything that anyone cares about, right? It is perfectly legal to take pictures of any person, especially actors whose images are public images, meaning that because an actor is paid for his image to be on a movie screen means that you can take a picture of him in public because he's a public entity. He's a public figure. While it's still perfectly legal to take pictures of random people as well, it's more within the context or guidelines of normality that a random person is going to take a picture of an actor if they see one, especially the top dog famous actors, if you get my drift. Right? And so, I'm going to continue this in a second. Okay, so I stopped off at Starbucks in the land of Scorch here and ended up talking to a private investigator, sitting there, and asked about his services, this and that, but when I started explaining things, he played the same game like he doesn't know me, and I'm a paranoid schizo, right? As soon as I started explaining the specifics, him not wanting me to talk, trying to ask questions in such ways that make you look crazy. Like, well, what are they doing? And you start to explain, oh, well, 100 people might show up doing this. No, he'll cut you off, and he'll say, no, if you think 100 people might follow you to a public place, you're paranoid schizo. But of course, then I spoke to him deeper about things like constitutional protections and rights, and he was mad that Edward Snowden, he didn't like Edward Snowden, meaning that he is not for people with constitutional rights and protections. He said, well, first he said he was a detective, but he's not, he's a PI, although who knows, he might have been a detective at one time. He says, I said, I have police scanner reports of the police tracking people's cell phones and putting them on possible mental illness watch lists. And of course, he said, well, I track people's cell phones. I said, well, you can't just track someone's cell phone. There's a warrant. You need to get a warrant. He said, well, no, because they're guilty. I said, well, how do you know they're guilty? You don't know if someone's guilty until after a trial, and so we can do whatever we want, He said, so, they're already guilty, so we can do that. And I said, well, you don't know if they're guilty. He said, yeah, they are. And so, I forgot the lights. We need our light. There we go. So, anyways, get the idea from that mindset that if I think you're a bad person, I can do whatever I want. You know, the same debate which I explained to him, which he couldn't get through his racist, bigoted head, was that what he's saying is that if you're black, you're a criminal and I can kill you or whatever. Or if you're Jewish, I can lock you away in what's it called? Concentration camp, right? Because I think this, or I think that, or I don't trust you. That's the point, right? The point is that his personality, and remember, this guy's a private investigator that might have at one time been a detective, and his personality is, if I think you've done something wrong or I don't trust you, I can do whatever I want and I can hunt you down and kill you, and that's okay. And people like Edward Snowden, who believe that hunting people down, or that are against hunting people down based on paranoid government people who are basically fit the Nazi personality, he believes is wrong. That someone goes against that. So, anyways, you get the idea of the type of people I'm dealing with in the judicial system that think because they've chose a job to fight crime that they can hunt down and kill whoever they please without following any rules or laws, right? They think they're above the law. That is pretty much my point. But anyways, I want to get back to what I was talking about with Brian Longbotham and being labeled a paparazzi for taking pictures of Tia Leone in public and Martin Sheen, which is not a crime, is not anything an actor could care less about, and out of all the paparazzis out there, they're not being hunted by worldwide support saying, you're a paparazzi, you need to die, and you're not allowed to have a camera, showing that argument, just like all these other arguments, don't make any sense to begin with. Because their argument is that Kevin Perlman is exerting inappropriate behavior and therefore needs to be hunted and banned from the planet for all the horrific things he's done, which nobody could care about. Like you tapped your foot around Aubrey Fisher, or you rested your foot on a chair at a coffee shop reading a book outside. So therefore, you need to be hunted and killed by the planet worldwide, for your horrifically unprecedented, inappropriate behaviors, which nobody normally could care less about, right? And then when you tell someone, they give you the answer. This guy, who probably was notified to go there to wait for me, gives you that answer that, oh, well, you're a paranoid schizo, right? The cover up your crazy answer. By the way, I'm out here in the land of Scorch, and I don't see much fire damage on the main PCH road. I'm sure up all through the mountain area. All the roads are closed off going up into the mountains, though, and there seem to be police officers blocking all the roads going up into the mountainy areas. So no doubt, especially with the topo map I looked at with all the fire damage, it all seems to be up in the mountains, but and probably where all the houses are up there. But anyways, so while those insignificant events at the Malibu Starbucks apply to, remember in my last segment I probably mentioned a couple times back in around 2011, Officer Toro following me to a Encino Starbucks and telling me that if I ever take a picture of a person, he will exercise the law in his own way. Now, these events are connected. Brian Longbotham says, Kevin, take a picture of these famous actors, which are public domain, and have their picture taken every day. And then in 2000, that was like 2006. In between that, Aubrey Fisher getting into photography after me, saying that I'm competing with her, and then hunting me down, telling me I should sign up to modelmayhem.com and notifying their million user base to all take turns on me for the rest of my life until I'm dead and gone, using the name Model Mayhem as a cryptic schizo reference to mayhem me to death. The same girl saying I ruined her life by tapping my foot around her, are all connected events. And so you got Brian Longbotham, take a picture of these actors, then all these people coming after me with the LAPD saying you committed a crime by taking a picture of a person in public. Well, it's not a crime to take a picture of a person in public. If it was a crime to take a picture of a person in public, every person known to man would be in jail, especially like, let's say a tourist goes to Universal Studios or Disneyland and they take a picture of their friend or family member, and then there's probably 100 tourists in the frame, right? Or 100 people at the theme park in a frame. Or same applies if you're on the sidewalk in the city. So if that was the case, and you pulled out your camera and took a picture of your friend, and in the background of the frame were 40 people, you would have just committed 40 felonies, right? Okay? So it is not a crime to take a picture of someone in public, and more importantly, it's not a crime to take a picture on private property. And if it was a crime to take a picture on private property, then we wouldn't have things like security cameras in private properties, right? Because a video camera is the same thing. Back when back when film came to be, the term was called moving pictures. And the reason it's known as moving pictures is because you have 24 to 30 frames, now 60 frames per second of images compiled together, and a video camera is basically collecting images just like a still camera. It's just compiling them together. And everyone pretty much knows that. But anyways, my point is that none of these are crimes. For example, a private property can say, I don't want you taking pictures on our property, but that's not a crime. That has nothing to do with felony or misdemeanors or criminal acts. It has to do with, if I walk into a restaurant and they say you have to wear a tie or you can't come in here, they have that right, but it's not a crime. Anyways, so my point is that when the world is told that Kevin Perlman committed a crime for taking a picture of Tia Leone and Martin Sheen at a Starbucks or a shopping center are not criminal acts, and it's nothing anyone should care about except for the person. And if that person is a $50 million a year actor that's been in all these movies, they're generally not going to care. Now some might have a bad day and say that, I want my space and I want my privacy, but these aren't the end all be all things in the world. And it's not anything that you have worldwide campaigns to kill you over with every person in the entertainment industry and every other industry and every police officer and NSA and FBI agent trying to hunt you down and kill you over, hence trying to make you look crazy, right? You get the idea? So, what is their motive? To do things in such a way that things aren't directly said, and when I put the pieces together, go, you're crazy, that doesn't happen. right? But as we all know, life isn't a mathematical template, and things happen that sometimes people can't believe because they're so out there and strange. And things like government going after public speakers, activists, in history have been done by the government over and over if their speech has gotten too powerful. Or people sway something that someone might vote for or something like that. While it's not the norm, it does happen. Sorry, I'm trying to collect my thoughts because when I started this conversation, I was going to go on a whole different direction, and I went off to a completely different tangent, although this tangent does relate to the land of Scorch. And so, you get the idea. Anyways, so it's good that I'm talking about, because I wasn't planning on talking about the whole Malibu Starbucks paparazzi scam. But you can see how, oh, that's right. So then, for these people's revenge, I can't tell you what Tia Leone did, but I can tell you that Charlie Sheen invested his entire writing career and acting career, just like many other actors, into revenging me for taking a picture of his father in shows like 2.5 Men, which the title of the show was selected after me for whatever they mean by 2.5, which might actually relate to the 23. Also, on that side note, the movie 23 with what's his name, Jim Carrey. I was going to say look at the moon, because the moon's huge right now over the mountains. And ironically, if you want to apply that to the movie Bruce Almighty, but whatever, there's no connection other than we have a really cool low moon tonight here in Malibu. But anyways, the movie 23, ironically, if you look at my life and how there's all these hidden messages in media directed at me, and then you look at the parallels in the movie 23 with Jim Carrey, how he supposedly killed someone or is involved in a murder, and they're sending him hidden messages to show him who he is bam, identical from a parallel standpoint of the things that are being done to me, especially with the police sending Rody Morales beforehand after me, trying to get murder confessions from me, right? And one of the things that pissed off the police is I made a joke about the movie 23 in one of their arrests, letting them know that I knew what they were doing, and they flipped out, went ape shit over the fact that I know what they're doing to try to silence me, of course trying to make me look crazy at the same time. So Charlie Sheen was involved, and you can bet he was contacting everyone in the entertainment industry to take part in my eradication for the crime of taking a picture of his father in public, which every paparazzi or person probably does over and over, and nobody could really care less. Now, on that note, after I took a picture of Charlie Sheen and Tia Leone, and Brian Longbotham wanted the pictures, I felt incredibly guilty about it because I invaded their privacy, and Tia Leone didn't like it, and so I will apologize to Tia Leone, who kind of had a weird expression on her face. In a situation, a kid went out and bought a camera, and was being manipulated into situations that generally don't matter, that I'm being hunted down with global extermination for. So, while yes, I am sorry because I felt bad after doing it, originally taking pictures, I didn't really do anything wrong. Yeah, it was a little annoying, I'm sure, but the focus here isn't whether some famous actor that has cameras in their faces all day and night and makes $100 million a year off that, then switching up into oh poor me, oh there's our moon, that's a cool moon, into the oh poor me, someone took a picture of me and now he's known worldwide to hunt him down and kill him over, isn't really about taking pictures of a famous actor or a person in public. It is about creating the emotion for me as if I were the president of the United States, and I had better behave like the president of the United States in such a way that makes me look crazy in order to control, right? In order to dictate someone's life. Example. I feel that putting salt on your food is wrong. If you put salt on food, you're going to have an entire planet attacking you, saying that's inappropriate behavior and you're a reckless monster, and people will not tolerate that. You will be brutally mobbed to death by billions of people, literally, but nothing directly will ever be said. It will all be done with passive-aggressive provoking references, like each person that sees you, they park their car backwards, or they put one foot up on a chair in coffee shops, just like an hour ago at Coffee Bean, two people saw me and they put their feet up on a chair, right, which they got pictures of and video of, which they're then going to say, well, you committed a crime by taking a picture of these people, and I'm going to say, no, I did not commit a crime, because there is no crime on my behalf, but there is a crime in mass troops conspiring to make someone mentally ill and torture and kill them, hence me getting proof of the criminal acts to have me killed, which is definitely not a crime if my proof, if the photos I'm taking are people trying to have me killed, right? Okay, but it's not a crime no matter what. But what they are doing is a crime. Okay, so let's see. That being said, where was I? Where did I start? I started movies, 23 score. Okay, well, let me check. I wrote notes. And tonight's topic out here in the land of Scorch is going to be a little more fragmented than usual, because my prior conversations kind of started with one topic leading into all sorts of other related events. Right now, I'm sort of going to fill in some blanks around 16 years old, and just some more. They're connected events, but they're a little more sporadic as far as the tactic, if that makes sense. For example, I was talking about, this was said about this, me kissing the black girl, therefore I'm a white supremacist because I kissed the black girl, therefore I spoke about the leading events with the black community. Today I'm just sort of going to talk about some random 16-year-old events, coming from different directions, which aren't directly related to that one event, but just showing you that it's not one thing that's being said, it just goes from thing to thing, while worldwide groups take turns on me, showing that it's not really about one thing specifically, but it's about thing after thing after thing after thing, that are created, which are either collected from my past and put in their so-called laundry list of things to clean me up with, or it's a newly created scam to just keep their terror operations going. So let me take a look at what I wrote down. I think I was going to start off with some Jen Yang things. My brother's cheerleader girlfriend when he was in high school. Let's see, where did I put these? Let's see. Community program. Oh, I think I was going to start with Joel. I was going to start with Joel Littman from my last conversation, because there was something I left out about Joel Littman. I was speaking about Scott Gellin, and when I was speaking about Scott Gellin and the Kevin's a bully and Kevin pushed Scott Gellin into killing himself, the common tactic of theirs to try to make locking me away in mental institutions and jail cells look like valid arguments, even though, as I explained, I only ever had one conversation with Scott Gellin, and I think it was high, and everyone called him Melonhead. And according to Joel Littman, that supposedly Scott Gellin at one point was found dead. I think hung himself, and something like he was naked and hung himself or something like that. And Joel Littman working that angle with Mike Huntley saying he gave me enough rope to hang myself with. Not sure what he meant, whether that he's hinting about Scott Gellin or he's applying that to me and my so-called reckless life, which isn't reckless, trying to make me think I did something wrong. And then the porn star Hunter Scott linked with Mike Huntley and Scott Gellin, who changed their name to Bridget Monroe. While, like I stated in the beginning, I might not be right about a lot of these paranoid schizo tactics. A large percentage is accurate, and if I'm accurate about just a few of these things, then that's all anyone needs to know, because whether it's one person or a million, people don't spend all day and night following someone around trying to send them schizo messages and make them look crazy. Needless to say, Joel Littman, sorry, I was looking at my oh, here we go. There we go. Okay, so if Joel Littman, or I should say Joel Littman, came into my life, I was never super close friends with Joel Littman, but he came after Brian's bachelor party thing with Joel Littman and their public shaming. Joel Littman made it a obligation to come in my life and become a little friendlier with me. And this was right after I was getting into saltwater aquariums, trying to sort of find new ways to, or ways to just start my life over and find new hobbies that, damn, look at that moon. I wish I could show you that moon. It's just awesome tonight. And there's nobody out here by the beach, even though there's no fire damage out here at the beach area. There's nobody out here. Needless to say, I got into fish tank aquariums, and Joel Littman found out that I was getting into saltwater aquariums, which is a whole obsession keeping those things going, let me tell you. But they're really damn cool. And Joel Littman started copying me and getting into fish tank aquariums and notifying at the fish stores that I'm competing with him and for them to take turns in anger and rage on me. The same things that Brian Weaver was doing at 16 Brian Longbotham and every Kelly Hatch, Aubrey Fisher, right? Do you see this pattern? Brian, I get in the cars, Brian Weaver copies me, he gets in the cars, he notifies all these gas stations and auto shops to do things to me, to try to set me up and frame me. Same with Aubrey Fisher from photography, same with Brian Longbotham at the age 27 or whatever when I was getting into coming out of college. Same with Mike Huntley, starting Internet Signet, Internet Host Company, right? You see, same with Bob Sandler, the third partner I made when Mike Huntley brought Bob Sandler in. I made him a third partner, claiming the same things, right? Do you see how each person that comes in my life claims that I'm competing with them, while they follow me around with insane government resources, notifying mass groups worldwide to do these things to me, which is unheard of, and it's going from one person sequentially to the next, just like every girl I've ever met has cried wolf, that I've done all these horrible things to them, and I've hit them, and I've raped them, and I've done this, and I've done that, right? Is unheard of, right? I'm not going to tell you that once in a blue moon there is some loony out there that is not only competitive, but their competitive involves ridding someone else of the world, which ironically seems to really get bad for me when I'm telling someone about Arnold Schwarzenegger's life and me watching his biography and saying, man, Arnold Schwarzenegger was ruthless in his training days, and leaving it at that. And people saying, well, Kevin thinks he's Arnold Schwarzenegger because he told people about the movie he watched, right? Just like my artwork creating Mike Tyson fighting Katana, a game character in University of Colorado computer imaging with Jim Johnson, leads to I'm a violent paranoid schizo that thinks I'm black and like Mike Tyson, and I'm a woman beater, right? Well, it's like I was mentioning before, how do these things go from here to there, right? They go, these things I'm talking about are based on thin air. There's nothing I've done. Someone makes up the lie, and it's given out to the world with billions of government dollars. Well, and then nobody thinks to mention to me that this is going on. It's all kept secret from me, as I'm left in the dark, is unheard of. These things are unheard of. Needless to say, Joel Littman following the same tactics. It's a public shaming, so now he's going to follow me from place to place as I get into saltwater fish aquariums, notifying the entire planet, yes, planet, full of fish aquarium stores to sabotage everything I'm doing. But like I said, this goes from thing to thing. Now remember that my family's argument with the police is that I'm reckless and I'm involved in shady types of things. That was one of their original cover-ups. Well, Kevin's associating with strippers, so therefore this is what he did to his life, and he did this to his own life. Well, first of all, I've never seen this done to an actual stripper or a porn star or a hooker or anyone. And the hooker's actually breaking laws in the U.S. But my point is that I'm just the guy who got some lap dances at a strip club. I'm not an actual stripper. But what's being done to Kevin Perlman's life, my life, doesn't seem to apply to the actual strippers, porn stars, hookers, or anyone else. Just Kevin Perlman, with the people like Greg Gutfeld on Fox News, who was paid off to stalk me, basically telling me or hinting to me that it's my careless, reckless life like Mike Huntley. Doesn't make any sense. But let's theoretically, for argument's sake, say that this is because of my reckless life. Okay, well now this is happening, this is back in 34 years old or something. Now this is happening with saltwater fish aquarium stores. Okay, are you telling me that all fish aquarium people are shady people that can't be trusted, and 70% of them just die at an early age because of their shady life, right? Okay, so the point I'm getting at is that their accusations, while they don't make sense to begin with, and hence why they're never directly stated in a debatable way, is that it's inconsistent. Their argument changes, or I should say that they do it with every single thing, and then their argument doesn't make any sense, right? So if you're telling me, first they're telling me I'm reckless for taking a picture of an actor and I've destroyed my life, which doesn't make any sense. Then they're telling me I'm reckless because I went to some strip clubs and got lap dances, leaving out the part where the entire planet is told to hunt me down and kill me over these things. And then they're telling me it's because you got into saltwater aquariums. Need I say more, right? You might be able to try to find the gullible people based on strip clubs, but fish tanks? Come on, I mean fish tanks. It doesn't get any more harmless than fish tanks. Or are they going to say that I'm hacking people and making them mentally ill through my fish tank, right? What's next with these people? But anyways, okay, so that was Joel Littman, and I wanted to expand a little on him because I was talking last segment about Brian Weaver, and how these events are all connected from person to person, especially starting at a very young age, going through middle school to high school, and Joel Littman, one of the people in my cliques at high school. Okay, so now I wanted to jump to, I'm sticking around 16 years old now, and these are some of the inconsistencies that I've noticed of people angry at me, but not really too much directed for me to put a lot of the puzzle pieces together on some of these things. But there's enough there that you can tell that something freaky and shady is going on out of the norm, but not specific. So, for example, right now I want to talk about my brother, Jason Perlman, and Jen Yang, and their How Kevin Perlman Hates Asians tactic. Now remember, they started in on me they started in on me at a very young age, and kissing the black girl leads to he hates black people and he's a white supremacist at this very young age. Okay? So remember, this is going from group to group. Now, one of the things is that people seem to be mad about me, or mad at me, about a girl named Jen Yang. Now, Jen Yang was my brother's girlfriend. I think he met her when he was in 10th grade. Hold on. He was in, hold on, sorry, I'm doing too many things at once here. There we go. I just want to, whoa. I just want to make sure my camera's still recording, and I'm not sure if it is. Okay, yeah, we're still recording. Okay, so Jen Yang was my brother's Asian cheerleader girlfriend in like 10th grade. Okay, and she was fairly cute. She wasn't like the end all be all of gorgeous or anything. And I guess pretty good looking. For some reason, people seem to be mad at me for something about Jen Yang, but like usual, nothing's directly said. Now keep in mind, I explained in some of the segments about before Jason meeting Jen Yang, their Pearl Harbor tactics with my father, taking me on a cruise, trying to flip me out to make me look like a violent paranoid schizo, while my brother was going around buying Kershaw knives and just giving them to me for no reason, while doing these Pearl Harbor references, or my last name is Perlman, by constantly ordering B-52s and kamikazes, and their weird stowaway thing with this girl Sephra or something, whatever, just trying to flip me into a state of paranoia in hopes that he could get me to attack him with a knife so he could say, "See, I told you so, Kevin tried to kill me with a knife." Linking back to the steak knife things that I explained in the last few segments. Okay, so Jen Yang was Asian. Well, that's not really enough to put the puzzle pieces together. Jen Yang was Asian, and for some reason people are mad at me for something with her, but yet, like all these other situations, I didn't have much contact with Jen Yang, and there's nothing I did to Jen Yang. But remember, we have Carissa Brands, a girl Paul dated, which he and her claim that I tried to make her mentally ill and she checked into a mental institution, or something along those lines, where my family's running around saying I'm an abusive, horrible person that puts people in mental institutions, and then my brother coming after me, threatening my life that he and his friends were going to put me in a mental institution, right? Now, remember, while I'm sort of digging around, trying to put the pieces together, all of these events are non-kosher to begin with, right? And the reason they're probably doing these things to begin with is to spin my mind and flip me out. Whether that is or is not the case, for example, whether they're making up the criminal accusations is a crime. If they're not really making up the accusations, but they're trying to hint that I did all these things to gaslight me and collapse my brain and kill me or put me in mental institutions, that is a crime as well, right? So whether they believe the lies they're spewing or they don't, it's irrelevant, because they're committing crimes no matter what. Whether making someone mentally ill and ridding them of the world is a crime, or fear-mongering the world against them is a crime. They're both crimes. So, Jen Yang, the big old Jens. First, I will start off by saying, yes, there are a lot of Jens in life, but I find it strange that, just like Tom Farley telling everyone that I hate black people and marrying a black girl named Hope to send me hidden messages using her name, as well as trying to make it look like I was harassing her when inviting me over and things like this. My brother starts with Jen Yang. He is married to Jen Pilchick right now, which is pretty coincidental. And Jen Hess was sent after me by the police and government on these operations to try to flip me out, make me look crazy, and make it look like I'm hunting her down, to basically have me killed. Is another Jen, and well, that itself doesn't really have much to put together. There are also events with Officer Jensen in 2013, linked with a porn star on Twitter named Louisa Jensen, who didn't like me. At the same time, by the way, and Officer Jensen came with his fraudulent arrests in 2013 of misdemeanor charges with a restaurant who wouldn't stop attacking me and stalking me in an angry rage, named my brothers, who are now out of business, and my brother's barbecue had been there since I was a young child by my father's house, and I think my brother would order shakes there, and there's a whole thing with my brother and his friends throwing shakes on a car or cars on their road rage things they called runs, where they pinned on me, and every Johnny Rockets I went to for like 10 years were mad at me, hinting about shakes, especially when I ordered shakes, because like everything else in this laundry list, aren't things that I've done wrong. They're either lies, smears, defamation, or things everyone else has done, putting them in this laundry list to the world of crimes I've supposedly committed that don't exist or other people have done, making me the patsy or scapegoat. Now, why is this not one person, but all of them? Well, that's the question, right? So now, these weird subliminal coincidences are getting deeper and deeper. My brothers, where they seem to be hinting that I stole my brother's girlfriend, Jen Yang, tried to steal my brother's girlfriend, Jen Yang. There is the breakup with Greg Waugh, where, let me think. Okay, let me just start from the beginning. I think I explained some of this in my last segments. My brother's dating Jen Yang, the Asian cheerleader, for I think a couple of years. He graduates Calabasas High. He goes off to University of Colorado, and they're still dating in a long-distance relationship. Now, or were they? Somehow I doubt they were. But this is what I was told. They're still dating. He goes off to University of Colorado. He tells me, okay, now keep this in mind. These aren't the types of conversations that people normally tell people, okay? But my brother says to me that, and I think maybe in front of some of my friends, I'm not sure, that Jen can hang out with my friend Greg Waugh because Greg Waugh is a good guy and he trusts Greg. Okay, well, there's some weirdness to that statement. First of all, I've never seen a guy who's dating a girl say hang out with this guy, right? Second, I've never seen I've never seen that. Second, Greg Waugh was never my brother's friend. How the hell would my brother know if Greg Waugh is a good guy or not, other than Greg Waugh was a pretty good guy and a 6'8" basketball player or whatever, but how does he know who Greg is? He never spent 1 minute with Greg, right? Okay, that's a little weird. So he's just picking random names out of the hat that Jen can hang out with? It's a little strange. I'm not going to say that type of thing doesn't happen, but within the context of the situation, it is a little strange because Greg Waugh was not my brother's friend. Greg Waugh was my friend, and my brother had no real communication with Greg, except for maybe behind my back on something shady. Right? Okay. So, that's weird. Okay. So now my brother goes off to college, and Jen hangs out with Greg Waugh, which I would put $1,000 on the fact that they had already broken up and had already dated. That's my guess. My guess is, from common sense, that my brother told Jen Hess I'm going off to college, or sorry, Jen Yang, that I'm going off to college, and they said, well, it's a long distance relationship, let's break up, and oh, it's gonna be tight, sorry. My brother tells Jen Yang, or maybe they both decide, let's break up. Then they stage this whole situation with Greg Wall, right? That's my guess. That's probably what happened. Okay, so hold on. So my brother goes off to college. Greg Wall starts hanging out with Jen Yang and my friends, and mostly away from me. I wasn't really, I wasn't with them, right? So when Greg Wall was hanging out with Jen Yang, I wasn't around, right? I just knew that this is what my brother was saying, and that's kind of weird, but whatever. Where am I? So, Jen Yang. So I hear down the road that my brother. Well, this was some gossip. Supposedly, like Brian Weaver, Tom Hoke, maybe Joel Littman were in like I think like Tom Hoke's wagon or something, and one of them said they think. Right? They think Greg Wall might have been kissing Jen Yang in the back of their car when they were parked somewhere, something like this, right? But nobody had any definite, and I wasn't around, and I couldn't really care less because I kind of have my own life to live, and you don't sit around trying to collect information against your friends or anyone else to use against them. You let life play out how life is, unless something really bad is happening, like someone's being plowed by a car and you gotta call 911 to help them, or stop people from fights and get in the middle so that everyone is safe or whatever, right? I mean, other than that, you don't sit there and micromanage and try to get dirt on people, right? And so I can't tell you. Nothing definite was ever said whether Greg Wall was stealing Jen Yang away from Jason. It was they think they possibly might have seen him kiss in the back, but they're not sure, and this and that. And I was kind of like, whatever, I got shit to do. I got to build my cars, and I got to graduate high school, and I got to do this, and I don't have the fucking time to sit there and try to find out if someone cheated on someone, right? And you're not really thinking that way out loud. You're just focused on your life, right? Okay, like most people are. They're not in detective mode. So, after this, my brother supposedly hears... Or no, let me back up. So we go on a trip to Nassau, right? We go on a trip to, like a family trip to Nassau in the Bahamas, right? And, of course, my brother is invited with his girlfriend, Jen Yang, and Jen Yang goes. Okay? Now, when we're on this trip, Jen Yang pops the big, I'm breaking up with you, Jason, to Jason, and that's it. And the only thing I've really ever heard from my family or Jason is that Jen Yang didn't tell him before the trip. They told him on the trip. So why did she go on the trip? Well, we could nitpick that one until the cows come home. Whether she's a mean, malicious person because she did this before the trip or after the trip or whatever. But really, that's not the important question. I mean, if you want to be open-minded, you could say, well, maybe Jen Yang wanted to tell Jason in a place that was a little more serene or this, or you could take the shadier, calculated side and say she just wanted a free trip. But I can't imagine if you wanted a free trip, telling your boyfriend on that trip that you're breaking up with them. You would tell them after, right, to get that trip, right? Or you could say by her telling my psychotic brother that she's breaking up with him on the trip, she's locked in with him, so maybe that's a bad idea. I don't know. You could spin that 100 million different ways, and come up with 100 million different theories. That's not important. The only thing that's important, while I've heard from person to person that, well, she went on the trip, didn't she? Well, that doesn't really mean much. What means much is, what's important is the fact that, she broke up with him. It wasn't working out. It was a long-distance relationship. She broke up with him, but why was she told to hang out with Greg Wall? Okay? Now, was there significant... Okay, my camera stopped recording, and I'm not sure if the SD card filled up or not, so if this cuts out, we'll see. Might have just been the timing on the sensor heat. Anyways, where was I? I was talking about Jen Yang, the Nassau Island. Oh, that's right. I was talking about, I didn't really pick up any of the, or put anything together on the Bahamas, Nassau Island, hidden messages directed at Kevin, like the Pearl Harbor, Bahamas cruise. But you can bet your whatever, sweet bippy, whatever, that, yeah, most likely they were trying to send me some kind of hidden message about Jen Yang and islands in Nassau. Maybe Nassau applies to NASA, like alien life forms, like Tom Farley was telling the world that I saw an alien and all this crap. Whatever. I have no knowledge of anything going on there. If someone wants to verbally and directly enlighten me, that's great. Without paranoid schizophrenia messages. But my point before was that this whole thing seems planned, that they broke up beforehand and staged this thing in Nassau, working on me with some kind of angle to maybe try to flip me out to go after her, like, you wronged my brother or something like that, right? And for all I know, maybe Jen Yang was running around saying I did something to her on this vacation trip, because as you've seen from person to person in my life, one sequentially after the next just cries wolf that I've done things to them, which I haven't done anything to anyone, right? Okay, so now, back to my perspective and me being in high school. My brother's off in Colorado. My brother finds out that Jen Yang is breaking up with him. My brother's angry, which, yeah, people get angry when their girlfriend breaks up with them. I'm not going to say that doesn't happen. Some of them get depressed for a little while, some of them this, some of that, whatever. Now, at this point, Greg Waugh comes over in his, like, 68 Camaro that I helped him lift out the engine and put in a larger engine. And, of course, his father got a little mad at us because we pulled out the we put out the AC unit so that the headers would fit in the car or whatever, and his father made him put on the manifolds and put back in the AC, whatever, kids crap, but he comes over in his, like, 68 Camaro, and my brother gets mad at Greg, and he runs out with a crowbar, like charging Greg Waugh with the crowbar, like he's gonna bash his skull in. And I jump in the way of the crowbar and stop him. which isn't really the biggest thing in the world, although people are playing this game like, why didn't you call the police? Or then they switch to the polar opposite, like, because you stopped your brother from bashing your friend's skull with a crowbar, we're going to stop you from telling anyone that what's being done to you is wrong, or weird things like this that don't make any sense, right? I mean, just pure craziness for these people to try to brainwash me and make me think that I'm the bad guy in all these situations. But after that, my brother gives me the speech how blood is thicker than water, and I need to support him. And I can't remember the specifics of the conversation because this is like 30 years ago, but the conversation was based on, first I stopped him from bashing my friend's skull in because my brother is mad and has no self-control. But then it shifts to how I should have been telling him all this information about everything that Greg was up to, basically spying on him, right? Like trying to make my obligation in life to follow people around and spy on them for him, right? Or collect information for him. And he ends his conversation with how blood is thicker than water. Well, I am here to tell you that blood is not always thicker than water. And if you come from like a mafia murdering family, then blood is not thicker than water. But if you come from a good supportive family, then hell yeah, blood is thicker than water, right? So there's a context to these situations, which my family played these games with everyone else, pretending that everything has to be perfectly black or white. Everything has to be this way or that way, right? But never is there any gray. Never is there any middle ground in any of these things that are being done in my life. It's always this way or that way. You're either a good person or you're a bad person, not a person that might make some harmless mistakes from time to time, right? So anyways, the Jen Yang thing, which I have been hunted with worldwide for these things, which don't make any sense because people break up with people all day and night and nobody could care less. It's just a shitty situation, right? But let me think of some of the... Okay, so my brother's barbecue was working on me, was amping up their attacks. Remember, I'm attacked at every restaurant worldwide I go to. But my brother's barbecue was where these arrests were, with these corrupt arrests. And these arrests were based on things like you're not allowed to put a tripod on the sidewalk, and me showing the police officer, Officer Jensen, that I have the city ordinance stating in Los Angeles that you're allowed to put tripods on sidewalks. And I was doing this because I knew that they were hunting me down for every little thing. He then shifts to, well, because you might take a picture of a underage girl with clothing on, or you just stated if you take a picture of an underage girl, you're into pedophilia. And my statement was, how is taking a picture of anyone underage with clothing on have to do with pedophilia, right? Then he switches up, well, you said pedophilia, so you're into something. Finally, after going through a whole bunch of these things, I asked him for his badge number because I know that he is following me and stalking me. So he gets angry, and instead of giving me the badge number, writes me up with some misdemeanors of sitting on the sidewalk, and then, of course, telling the community that I'm a schizo and think I'm homeless, yet I have camera gear. And so some of these other charges they threw on with the lawyer Jonathan Franklin screwing me over and telling me that he doesn't want to get any police officer in trouble when the cops are hunting me down, stalking me with billions of government dollars, showing that he's involved in something highly illegal while he kept working with the police to throw on all these fake charges, to which he was charging me $2,500 per charge, and they just kept racking newer and newer ones up to, try to silence me through money, right? And one of these charges off the top of my head was I supposedly threw a business card at a person, and that's battery. Well, I mean, give me a break. You're saying that throwing a business card at someone is bad, even though I didn't throw a business card at someone. The argument, like all the other arguments, doesn't make any sense. Even if I did throw a piece of paper at a person and it actually touched them, well, that's like saying I tried to kill you with a feather or kill you with a piece of paper. The average person would laugh their ass off. But these situations are really happening, and the reason they're happening is because the cops, who have been hunting me down for 40 years, trying to get whatever they can to use against me, that's all they can get, showing that I am a good person, right? That's the point, is that they're coming after me no matter how good I am. So you get the idea that I'm at my brother's restaurant by my father's house, where my brother's throwing shakes at cars with his friends and shit like this. They're pinning on me, and I'm at my brother's using the name as Schizophrenia Tactics, and you get the idea, right? It is, they're terror operations and cover-up operations and thugging operations, and paranoid schizophrenia operations. So now back to my brother. There have been a lot of women who have had no interest in me my entire life, who have befriended me, especially on the internet, who play the dangle the carrot games to try to get reactions or dirt on me, working with these operations, and one off the top of my head is a girl named Lisa Marie. Now, Lisa Marie was sent after me. This was a girl supposedly who lived in Moline, Chicago. I met on IRC, and what happened was she was introduced me to my friend Paul, through my friend Paul Humphrey. Now, remember that Paul Humphrey, I explained, was sent after me by my brother, who was friends with Joe Humphrey in his grade, and his younger brother, Paul Humphrey, at the same time that they sent Mike Huntley after me to befriend me. And Paul Humphrey, aside from me not picking up really, being fully aware, or the fact that Paul Humphrey was meeting women off IRC that I had actually dated to try to spite me. It's sort of related to Carissa Brands, but like all these situations are apples and oranges. Example, maybe after getting back from college, I bumped into Carissa Brands. Obviously, no coincidence. She wanted to take me out to Malibu, with a little hiking trail in Malibu. Nothing happened. We weren't really friends. She had been broken up with Paul Humphrey for maybe 6 years. Before that, they were working on the Kevin put me in a mental institution tactic, which I wasn't aware of. Because I think Paul's my friend, I'm honest with Paul. Hey, I bumped into Carissa from years ago, and she wanted to go out. We did this. I'm not interested in her or anything, but we went out once to this park or to this hiking trail or whatever. So I'm honest with my friend, right? Now, if you're a two-faced, backstabbing friend, you're generally stealing people's girlfriends and not telling them. But keep in mind that this is like 6 years later, after they're broken up, after I get back from college, and we bump into each other, and that happens, and it's pretty harmless to begin with, and I'm honest about it with, we got a car accident with a moving truck, service master. Okay, so the way they're shading the situation of Kevin steals people's women and things like that doesn't quite apply to the real facts. Now, they were already broken up. This was years later. I made no commitment with Carissa other than going to a Malibu hiking trail. It ended there, whatever. Now, what I wasn't paying attention to was the fact that Paul Humphrey was systematically macking on women that I liked. Okay? Now, keep this word in mind, systematically. Meaning, he wasn't dating women that he liked that I knew. He was dating women with a motive, right, that I had previously dated. For example, one of these women I met off IRC in like the California channel. Name was Honey. That was her nickname. I don't remember her real name. We went out on one date. It didn't work out. It's kind of like a blind date, right? You meet the girl, you see what she looks like, you learn her personality, and instantly on that date you decide whether you're into this girl or not, right? You might have talked to this girl on IRC for a year, but by the time you meet them and reality comes around, it's either going to work out or it's not, or you're going to see what happens, right? Okay, whatever. Needless to say, I date her once. It doesn't work out with Paul Humphrey, it doesn't work out with me and her. A short period of time goes by. Paul Humphrey tells me that he dated a girl from IRC named Honey, right? Did Paul really date her? Who knows? What was his reasoning? Was it revenge? Was it to get a coerced false confession? I think it was part of what he had always been doing, just trying to figure out how to rid me of the world with these mass groups, right? Because keep in mind that every person I met on IRC, even when I lived in Colorado, were all approached and sent after me, right? To try to set me up or frame me or make me mentally ill. So, now you kind of understand who Paul Humphrey is. Now, I wasn't really putting the pieces together. I was thinking these are just coincidences, right? So then, Paul meets a girl on the internet named Lisa Marie from Moline, Chicago. They play this game where Lisa's kind of an internet friend with Paul, but she doesn't really like or respect him, but she's always talking to Paul. Paul, at one point, dangles the carrot or the cookie and says, this is Lisa's IRC handle, you should talk to her about something. I can't remember specifically what it was about, right? Okay, well, first of all, why does Paul want me to talk to the girl he supposedly likes on IRC, right? Just like Jason Perlman saying, I want Greg to hang out with, or I want Jen Yang to hang out with Greg, as if there aren't ramifications with his girlfriend getting close to someone, right? Well, I speak with Lisa for a long time, probably years. I never make any moves on her because I know that Paul likes her, right? Well, the whole time she's kind of bad-mouthing Paul, to find out that later on, the entire reasoning that Paul wanted to give me her IRC handle was to tell everyone that I'm trying to steal some girl he likes, right? Now, this theme, which seems to start with Paul Humphrey at a very young age, like 14 to 16, seems to jump around with me, Kevin Perlman, trying to sabotage relationships, right? And the things I found out that they were working on, now remember, that's a frame job, right? Paul introduces me to Lisa Marie. Lisa Marie, I make sure that I don't cross the boundaries other than talking to Lisa Marie. Eventually, Lisa Marie can't deal with Paul. She gets rid of Paul. Then I turn 29 and I find out that there's a worldwide campaign to kill me with Paul Humphrey heavily involved. Then I think I kind of macked on Lisa years after her and Paul were way over with, and I found out that Paul was pretty much paid off to hunt me and kill me, right? So I think at that point I macked on Lisa like one time and found out that she was had a direct link to all the people in my gym and the people surrounding me, trying to make it look like I was trying to steal her away from Paul. And if you look at the time frame, you can understand that all these things are perfectly normal because Paul Humphrey is way out of the picture at this point, and I'm finding out there's a worldwide campaign to kill me, and I'm pretty lonely, and I'm like, hey, maybe I'll fly out and visit you. And at that point is when she backed off, shut the doors, and showed that her entire years of investment were about trying to frame me or make it look like I steal people's women, right? Okay, now, remember, this is coming from Paul Humphrey, the same guy who was working with my father, telling me he wants to see the gun in my father's lockbox. He tried to frame me with guns while he and my father in LAPD put bullet holes in his 300E Mercedes and tell the world I tried to kill or scare my father. Okay, so we're still on the topic of framing Kevin to try to sabotage relationships or steal women. So Jen Hess, remember Jen Hess, the same name as Jen Yang. I find out that the same name as Jen Yang, right? Jen Hess, Jen Yang. I find out. I speak to her for maybe a year on IRC. She then wants to meet, but I believe by the time I met her, it was a bait and switch operation with the FBI and police. I meet Jen Yang, who called herself Jessie. Why was she calling herself Jessie? I don't know, but what I do know is there's a porn star, Jessie Jane, that has been working on me since the beginning. Eventually, the more interwound I get with Jen Yang, or Jen Hess in her life, which is normal, the more you are with someone, the more you get to know them. For example, Jen Hess introduces me to her friend Misty, which her real name I think also might have been Jessie, in Oregon. Hence, remember, I went to Southern Oregon State College. If there's a connection there, and Jessie or Misty starts asking me questions like, well, why is Jen saying her name is Jessie? And I said, I don't know, that's what she told me, right? And the whole time Jen Hess was playing this schizo game like she's schizo. Now, the reason she was doing that, I know now, is because Jen Hess was playing the victim. I'm crazy, I'm crazy, I'm crazy, and then I want to meet with Kevin, and then Kevin did this to me, and Kevin's trying to make people mentally ill and kill them. That is why. And they did that with a girl after, who called herself Julia Sofia Reynoso, which I believe was actually Rhodey Morales, working with the LAPD, who befriended me at the gym, right? This entire time, Lisa Maria is interlinked with this, even though she lives in Chicago, according to her. I can recall when Lisa showing her true colors in the end. I can recall Paul Humphrey trying to cover his ass and saying, well, Lisa is a pit viper, hinting about something. But the truth was that they're both pit vipers. They were both coming after me. They were both working together. Okay, so Jen Yang, well, I slept with her a couple times, and it didn't end up too well. And the more she was trying to make me paranoid, the more I fed into her freaky things. And while I reacted a little quirky and weird, nothing that's gonna raise the flag on police, LAPD, NSA, FBI, unless something freaky is going on to begin with, which it obviously has been since I was 5 years old. Hence, you get the idea that these people are being sent after me for a reason with motive. Now, the thing with Jen Yang was that after I slept with her, and after she pretended to get pregnant with my baby, I found out that she was married to someone, right? And so their entire accusations went from Kevin Perlman is... First, it's Kevin Perlman's trying to make someone mentally ill and is abusive, but then it is Kevin Perlman is trying to steal Jen Hess away from her husband, right? So do you see a common theme here with Kevin Perlman is trying to steal Jen Yang, and Kevin Perlman is trying to steal Jen Hess and my brother's schizo messages? But of course, remember that their messages are changing, right? Shit. Oops. Couldn't see. Dark. Hit the curb. Hopefully Dincy isn't here to see that, because that would have been a reckless driving. I need to be hunted and killed. Okay. So, Dincy. Shit. So, as you can see, that these daily changing accusations to the world just changed based on riling up people and turning them against me. So, yeah, first is I'm trying to steal Jen Hess's husband, which I didn't even know was married, and in the end, I believe, I spoke to her husband, and I said, you know, she's running around saying she has my baby, and he's like laughed, and he said she's not pregnant, and that was probably when everything ended. Aside from me probably yelling at her, telling her that karma will get her or whatever, which my family and the police are now, have for the last 20 years, been saying that I threatened her life by telling her that karma's gonna get her or whatever. Right? Why are these insignificant things like tapping your foot by a girl the end-all, be-all crimes and death threats? Right? Do you understand what I'm saying? Like, normally if you couldn't deal with some raving lunatic cunt, you would say, you know, you're a little piece of shit, you're gonna get yours, right? And she would say, fuck you, get lost. And they would end right there, right? But in my life, it doesn't end there, because these are all operations to try to get things to use against me to remove me from society. Okay, so it goes from I'm trying to steal Jen Hess from her husband, then all the freaky operations like Misty telling me to call Jen Hess because she's in the hospital and she wants me to call her, and I find out my family's working with them and set up. Okay, camera cut off, so I hope I didn't lose too much. So it goes from I'm trying to steal her away from her husband, then it goes to I've threatened her life, and I'm hunting her down, trying to kill her because Rhodey was taking me to strip clubs like 6 years later, and strippers were sort of trying to get me to go closer and closer to her area. I'm not going to get into this too deep. It goes from Misty telling me to call in the hospital to my own father having this information, trying to hunt me down, trying to hunt me and kill me, trying to make me think that I did something wrong by calling her in the hospital, when only family and friends are supposed to call, or family or loved ones are supposed to call in the hospital. Yet Misty told me she wanted to really hear from me, and I called her in the hospital. Things that nobody normally cares about. It then goes from little hidden messages that like she's a hooker and I narked on her or something, or ratted her out. So, none of which I know anything about. And then there's some weird white supremacist stuff that, or hinted about her or something. I don't know. Anyways, I don't want to go too far. But the important fact about Jen Hess was that the part where she was working with Lisa Marie and Paul Humphrey on this I'm trying to steal women away from people, right? Okay. Now, since we're on this topic of my brother's hints that I'm trying to steal Jen Yang away, and the Jen Hesses, I'm trying to steal her away, where I've just been met with years of rage, like you're a woman stealer. The Victoria Walker things, trying to make it look like I'm stealing her boyfriend and husband, which was another blonde. The Paul Humphrey dating all these women with Eric Christensen that I liked or didn't like, just following me around trying to date the same people, right? Is establishing a pattern of behavior from stranger after stranger, all told to do the same things to try to guilt me to death, to get their confessions that I can't see who I am and I'm a horrible monster. And a woman stealer, right? Which comes, like everything else, it comes from nowhere. Now, let's get into the more important topics about women claiming I'm trying to sabotage relationships, as I spoke about Kevin's Burgers, the others in the other segment, and my brother and family trying to hint to me with their paranoid schizo messages that I try to blow up women in anger with passive-aggressive terror tactics. Okay, so I'm going to talk now not only about Jen Yang, but my father's girlfriends growing up around 16. And the reason I can talk about these, because I've watched my father and brother try to get me close to them so that they can say I'm doing these horrible things. And not only that, but some of these guilts to torture me into coerced false confession involve things like people with the name Alex, Alexandra, constantly befriending me, coming into my life, or strangers hinting about aspects of my life to try to torture me into these confessions, coerced false confessions. And so one of those is a French lady named Alexandra Cohen, and this one is more obvious than some of them. While people park cars in front of my house or follow me to public places and groups, parking cars with license plate frames, Alexander, with endless other hidden messages about Alexander Cohen, to hint that I've somehow done something to her with all these other people, that once again, nothing exists and it's all based on thin air from basically creative writers or my family with the LAPD spewing out to the world all this fantasy to the world. Sorry, I just had a really important thought. It was a little out of the timeline, but it was related to Alexander Cohen. Whatever, it'll probably come back to me. So, when I was around 16, my father dated a French lady named Alexandra Cohen, which I just mentioned, and my brother and his friends did not like her. Me, I was off in my own world. I couldn't really care less who the hell my father dated, provided they weren't some like abusive murderer trying to kill me or something. I really couldn't care as long as my father was happy. To find out that my father's a psychotic murderer, and there probably is no making him happy until I'm dead and gone. Needless to say, he starts dating this French lady. I do not believe, however, she was actually from France. Well, she wasn't. Okay. She wasn't from France because she had a U.S. citizenship. So, Alexander Cohn, a French lady with a French accent, had a U.S. citizenship. So, you know right there, she had been in the U.S. a long time, and she was a citizen of the United States of America. Now, while they were dating, my brother and his friends did not like her, and Paul Humphrey did not like her. Now remember that Paul Humphrey is a conduit to my brother's friends through Joe Humphrey. Hence, the information flow coming from weird triangle relationships of things that aren't normal. Now, Jason and his friends would do all these things. Actually, I never actually saw them do much of anything. This is very important. I never saw them. But when Jason would go with Andy Adelman and Scott Kirkpatrick and Jeff Allen to their Mitch Viner to their house on Chase Street, and there was a reason why they actually chose the house on Chase Street, which I'm not going to get into, but it involves paranoid schizo tactics. They had their house there. My brother lived at home, but his friends lived on this house, Chase Street, and they like to get people to chase them through their passive-aggressive terror tactics. Okay, now they would sit there and complain over and over about what a horrible person Alexander was, and Alexander had a kid, Tessa, and Tessa was very young. She was like 6 years old or something. I don't know, right? And they would sit there and complain over and over, Alexander this, Alexander that. And eventually my brother and his friends would tell me that they would piss and shit in her Chrysler LeBaron convertible. It was like this red Chrysler LeBaron convertible, and strangely enough, she parked it on the public street for like months at a time with the top down. Now, looking back now, people with convertibles don't generally leave their cars on the street with the top down for months, because that's asking for trouble, like rain and dead squirrels and all sorts of shit ending up in your convertible. Now, I'm not going to microanalyze whether she was intentionally leaving the convertible top down or not, but what I am going to tell you is that my brother and his friends were telling me that they would piss and shit in her convertible car when the top was down, and that was it, right? And that mixed with the constant, she's this and she's that, and I don't like her. And then all of a sudden one day, Paul Humphrey tells me that he pissed and shit in her car, right? Now, whether that conversation was through Joe Humphrey or something I said, or he was around it, taking part, I can't tell you, it was so long ago. But what I can tell you is that with all the other things I'm observing, I have a feeling that nobody ever pissed and shit in her car, and they were trying to peer pressure me into pissing and shitting in her car, right? Which they failed, like usual, right? They could not get me to piss and shit in her car. Now, was the world told this? Of course not. Okay, so I had to switch cameras. I have a 4K, a Yi 4K and a Yi 4K Plus. Almost the same camera, except the Plus does 60 frames per second at 4K, which I guess I'm not using 4K because the storage on 2 or 3 hours of recording on 1080 on this, I'm cranking up over 64 gigs of data, so you can imagine what a 4K how much data I'd go through with 4K, and it's not worth the time for the stitching together with that much data for these little piddly me blabbing or whatever. But anyways, so the 4K and the 4K Plus, I think the only real difference is the 60K and the USB Type-C 3.1, which you can do like an external mic, and it's a better port. It just works a lot better with a higher data flow. But I think the other camera for some reason keeps stopping and cutting off, and it appears what's going on is that the older type of USB cable is bouncing around, and I think the power is turning off while I'm talking, so I just switched cameras, whatever. So anyways, I was talking about Alexandra, the Baron, which ironically is a French named car. I don't know if there's a coincidence between her driving a Chrysler LeBaron and her being French, who knows. But what I was saying is that it's weird that she would leave the top down for so long in the middle of the street, right? Anyways, what I was getting at is my belief is that they didn't really piss and shit in the car. I can't tell you because I never actually saw them piss and shit in the car. But what I can tell you is that they were most likely trying to pure pressure me into pissing and shitting in our convertible car so they could say, look what Kevin did, he's a bad seed, we need to lock him away and put him in a mental institution because he's sabotaging all these women's relationships and this and that. Now, from what I've talked to you, what I've explained is that we're jumping from situation to situation, and this is just one of these tactics, right? Remember, I'm jumping from tactic to tactic. But this one tactic of Kevin sabotaging relationships seems to be going from Paul Humphrey, I somehow did something to Carissa Brands, to Jason Perlman, I somehow did something to Jen Yang, to Jen Hess, I somehow am trying to get her to leave her husband, which I had no clue when she was fucking me that she was even married, because supposedly she was Jessie something, right? Then I have a Jessie Jane porn star hunting me down, helping them for some reason. What allegiance does she have to Jen Hess? Well, that's pretty damn strange. And then we have the Kevin Perlman supposedly sabotaging Alexander Cohen, which all sorts of Alexes and Alexanders and possibly even Alexis Amore trying to hint about sabotaging relationships. I'm not sure. She's involved in shitloads of other things with Brian Longbotham. You get the idea that just like the women crying wolf from girl after girl, how I passive-aggressively provoked them and attacked them, it doesn't exist. Now we're going into sabotaging relationships. How do I know this? Well, when you're met with anger and rage all day and night from stranger after stranger worldwide, and it's always hints about people like Alexander Cohen, or maybe you come home and there's 10 cars with Alexander plates parked in front of your house or something like that, and this type of thing is a non-coincidental event which happens all day and night until people get the answer they want to hear. You get the idea. That's how you put the puzzle pieces together based on the continual anger and rage with your father. You know what you did, but I won't specifically say it. Me looking back through my life while people are trying to kill me presently, and the things they're saying and doing, and putting it all together, which ironically the psychology community and police get mad at me for doing, which makes even less sense, right? They don't want the crime stopped. They want me dead and gone. So, what else? So at one point, I make the wrong decision. First, I'm going to say this is perfectly normal. So anyone that says this isn't normal is full of shit. Unless you're the President of the United States in the White House, then it might be inappropriate behavior. Kind of like Monica Lewinsky, which still really, who gives a shit if a president got a blowjob by a secretary. But my point is that there are certain contexts to situations, and I'm not in the White House with my hand over a button for nuclear missiles, right? Meaning that a 16-year-old kid is a 16-year-old kid, and they are completely different contexts. With hearing the continual, we don't like Alexandra, we don't like Alexandra, we don't like Alexandra, we piss and shit in her car, we don't like Alexandra, whatever. There was a point where my father and Alexandra got in a fight, and I think it was something about us, the kids, and this and that, and I opened up my big introverted mouth, which I rarely ever open, I say something like in front of her to my father, like nobody likes Alexandra and yada yada yada. And while I'm not going to tell you that that's not wrong, I am going to tell you that crap like that happens all the damn time, especially with kids and parents dating new people. And to try to make it some kind of public shaming and crime over things that happen all the time, show my family's true colors. But I believe what's really going on is a lot more than that. They're working these frame jobs, and my brother and friends are supposedly doing things to her, which I can't tell you specifically what they did or if they did it, aside from the pissing and shitting in the car, which I never actually saw. But what I can tell you is they're putting it all on me, right? Kevin's a bad seed. He's trying to get rid of his father's women. He's doing this. He's doing that. Blah, blah, blah. But remember, there's nothing I really did. All I did was open up my mouth and express a mean, expressive statement, which happens from time to time. And a normal father would go, you know, Kevin, that's unacceptable, and I'm dating this person, and I like her, and, you know, you can't think that way or this or that, blah, 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 and it's a done deal, right? But remember, this is a father that puts shock collars on his dogs. This isn't a normal family. So, while I did commit the crime, non-crime, of opening up my mouth and saying something mean, that happens all the time. And now, like I said before, how does farting wrong go to killing 100 billion people in different countries? I don't know. Right? That's my point. Tap my foot around Aubrey Fisher. There's billions of government dollars used to hunt me down and kill me worldwide. Say something bad about a father's girlfriend. There's billions of dollars to hunt me down and kill me worldwide. Right? Okay. But what are they doing? They're trying to establish a pattern of behavior of Kevin Perlman, who is a bad seed and a horrible monster. Why? I cannot tell you. Hence, my father running around saying Kevin's a bad seed, he's doing this to all my girlfriends, blah, blah, blah. Okay? Which comes down to 13 years old, and while nothing's directly said, I believe that my family and parents blame me for their divorce. And my mother probably claims that I made her move to Canada or something, which is totally absurd because I think I was off in college when she moved off to Canada. After that, there were several events with, and this is where things really don't make sense. Example, my father states that Mike Huntley, and remember, he's using Mike Huntley as some kind of alter ego to make me think that I'm Mike Huntley, but I'm not picking up on their paranoid schizo operations at the time. But he's telling me that Mike Huntley drank Alexandra's clearly Canadian out of the garage refrigerator, and this is like the end-all be-all of events to my father and Alexandra. And I'm looking at them like, are you kidding me? Like, she's mad because he drank her drink out of a freezer of like, or refrigerator out of like hundreds of drinks, right? And what was his reasoning? Well, his reasoning was probably to make me think she's crazy, and him trying to bait me to go after her, right? With all them. Now, I never would have thought of any of this crap until I watched millions of people hunting me down with my father saying, you know what you did, and my mother saying, my past caught up with me and I have to leave the country, and mass groups following me around hinting about Alexandra and parking cars with Alexandra plates over and over, and endless paranoid schizo tactics to try to torture me into coerced false confessions with these other thousands of things like that. But then, after that, my father says that Mike Huntley stole a $10,000 check from Alexander, which then I find out at like 29 that my father's actually telling the world that I stole $10,000 from him to build my car engines in frame job operations because he didn't want me building cars, right? So he's telling everyone I'm a thief because he doesn't want me working my ass off making money and building cool hot rodded cars. These all fit the same time frame, and at 29, one of the things Mike Huntley said to me was something about honor amongst thieves, hinting that I'm a thief, which doesn't make sense. And then he told me I had better go talk to my father. But I didn't know what the hell was going on, and when I went to talk to my father, of course, like usual, nothing was said because my father's like trying to hunt me down and kill me, and then he wants to run back to him saying, I'm sorry I did this and that, right? Now, if you don't think that's a psychotic murderer, well, I don't know what else is. Example, you have a father, he pulls shit out of his ass, you did something, he has no proof, no fact, then you're met the rest of your life with billions of dollars of government investment, LAPD hunting you down, you name it, and it's we're going to torture and kill you, and you better fucking confess, and you keep saying, what's this about? You know what you did, hinting that you better confess, and Mike Huntley saying, you know, go talk to your father, because showing that it somehow links back to Mike Huntley and your father, right? But you don't know what he wants you to say because he doesn't have the communication skills to say, you did this. Now, the question is, does he not really have those communication skills? Or is he trying to create a situation like a no-win situation, right? And that is exactly what he's doing. He's using his psychology degree to torture and kill, torture, hurt, harm, maim, kill, in such a way that you can't get out of it because there's zero communication, right? There is no, this is what I accuse you of, and there's no me defending myself saying, do you have factual evidence? This is what happened. I can explain the situation. None of that exists because we're talking about a man that puts shock collars on his dog to get what he wants, right? Okay, but what he wants isn't a confession. What he wants is me dead and gone by inflicting insane amounts of pain with billions of government dollars, the psychology community, and worldwide support. And that's where things really don't make sense. Because if I walk up to you and say, hey, my son's a bad seed, I want you to help me do this, you're going to look at me like, fuck you, I got my own life to live. I'm not getting into your shit, especially shit like that, right? Okay, so things don't quite add up. Until you start dealing with the psychology community and them saying, you better not talk or we kill you, met with people showing up, threatening your lives, working with them. Okay, so, let me think. So Alexander. Okay, so now I'm sort of going to skip to Shelley Humphrey. This is sort of out of the Land of Scorch combo, but it's on par with the Kevin supposedly sabotaging relationships, and applies to my father. So now we're talking maybe 30, let's say 37, 38 years old. Okay, now remember, I found out I was being hunted at 29. It took me a good 5 years, and all the way up till 38 to maybe really understand what was going on. Probably a good 4 or 5 years of denial and totally deer in headlights, dazed and confused. I do not even comprehend what I'm seeing, because what I'm seeing is unheard of and doesn't happen normally, especially worldwide, being that I am pretty much the only one this has ever happened to with a global extermination operation. My father hiring me maybe 5 years after my dissolution of my company with Mike Huntley, who was sent after me for 25 years to hunt and stalk me, and we invested 6 years alone in an office which my father just magically dangled some carrot and said Shelley Humphrey is moving out of her office with her company, and we have this great Ventura Boulevard price, and do you want this office space, and your office is above ours. Well, I wasn't putting the puzzle pieces together back then, that one, my father was trying to make it look like I was running Shelley Humphrey out of her office. Two, he wanted me in the same office building to get me close to hunt me with his employees. Three, it was a too good to be true offer. Like, you're talking Ventura Boulevard property for like, I don't remember the exact number, but let's just say it's like $500 monthly lease, right? I mean, it's way too good to be true, because normally you're going to be spending a couple grand or probably a lot more for that office space. How can you say no, right? You can't say no. And you're close to your daddy, who you love so much, but it turns out your daddy's is a psychotic murderer. Okay, so not knowing who my father and family was, because this is way above anything anyone's ever seen. This is like mafia times a billion, with every police resource worldwide. You get the idea. You don't know what you're in, right? You don't understand this is your family. So right before I switched to Shelley, I'm just going to say one of the things they did while I was in the same office building as my father was Mike Huntley putting the network switch in the other room with my father's employees. Now, why did Mike Huntley put the network switch in the office next door with my father's employees like Patty Guggen? Well, it was so they could hook into the computer network switch and put spyware on my computer and try to make me mentally ill, as well as all the other things they were doing to me. This is before they even hired me, and they did the same types of things for 14 years after they hired me at Golden State Sports Medical, but that's for a different conversation. But you can understand the strategic thinking and the calculated thinking of getting me in the same building, getting me close to my father who hates my guts, saying that I'm on the second floor just like Kelly Hatch was on the second floor of me, trying to work some schizo tactic, and most importantly, jacking into the computer network switch to do horrific things to make me mentally ill, sabotage my life, try to make me look crazy, and take out of context computer information to give to the world, to make it look like I was doing all these horrible things that don't exist. Okay, so Shelley Humphrey, age I'm guessing 38, or maybe even younger. My father had been dating Shelley Humphrey on and off since I was 13, since my mother got divorced with my father and started dating Shelley Humphrey. And apparently my brother picked up on a few things in Hawaii about them cheating together, and that came to light that my father was cheating on my mother with Shelley Humphreys, shit that I never really could care less about, but my brother found this out, supposedly broke down in tears, and told my father, and my father admitted, or something like that he was cheating or my mother before they got divorced with Shelley Humphreys, and to me it was like, well, you know, shit doesn't always work out, and that's life, and so they got divorced because they weren't happy, and whatever, and they moved on, and so be it. But my father seemed to have a problem with me having this information all my life. Why? Who cares? It's the truth, and so be it. Needless to say, sorry, I was thinking about my father's 5 parrots and why he really did have 5 parrots, 5 annoying parrots in his house, and my guess probably has to do with probably sending me hinting messages about Hawaiian parrots and what my brother found out that my father was so mad at me about because my brother figured this out. Okay, so Shelley was in my father's life on and off, and obviously she was the main reason my father got divorced with my mother, and then she was in and out of my father's life for his entire life. Okay, that's not uncommon. He is now married with Shelley. I couldn't care less, other than she's a psychotic piece of shit who has helped him stalk and hunt me down to kill me, and that does not get you on my good side. It gets you on the shit list of I'm trying to hunt down and kill Kevin Perlman for some reason. Oh wait. I need to go into Janet Nordette before Shelley. Whatever. I'll finish Shelley, and then I'll go into Janet Nordette. So Shelley, around the age, I guess I'm around 38, and my father decides that Shelley divorces some guy, whatever. Supposedly it was a shitty relationship. He didn't like to screw her, according to my dad, or whatever. I mean, the shit that really doesn't matter, or whatever. And so, I don't know, they eventually, oh, that's right, she left my father after my father cheated on her with Janet Nordette, a Cuban girl who he married. Okay. So she left, she bolted, which makes sense. He cheats on her with Janet Nordette, she bolts, she gets married, it doesn't work out, who knows how long it goes, maybe 10 years, maybe less, maybe 5 years. After that, they get back together. She's around, I'm guessing I'm around 38. My father would pretend like he always wanted me around him and say, you know, come over every Sunday night. we'll make dinner and watch movies and do this. And so I did that ritual or whatever for a very long time after coming back from college. And once he was back together with Shelley, Shelley basically, oh, that's right. They decided they were going to get married, and Shelley basically comes to me and she says, "Now you have an evil stepmother," with this really mean voice too. It wasn't like a joke, right? Now I'm sort of like taken back in shock, and I didn't directly respond because I'm kind of consumed with watching a worldwide campaign to kill me. So you're sort of trying to sort out what the hell's going on, because nothing's coming from one person. It's coming literally from billions, right? So, for example, you tap your foot around Aubrey Fisher, and for 6 years, every public place you go in the world, people are tapping, trying to guilt you to death and kill you. And you can't really talk about things like that with people, right? You can't normally walk up to people and go, oh, you know, there's a mass worldwide campaign conspiracy to kill me, and this is blah, blah, blah. Until you're in my shoes, where you find out that everyone worldwide knows you, and it doesn't matter anymore because you're sick of them trying to leverage themselves over you. But normally, if you couldn't comprehend the situation that if you fart wrong and everywhere you go worldwide, people are trying to kill you in secret, how do you address those issues? So while Shelly mouths that crap off to me, I don't instantly respond, but I decide like the next week that I'm going to try to talk to Shelly and smooth things over and figure out what's wrong, where it's coming from. But no, you can't. Remember, in this family, you're as my father and Mike Huntley told me, you are not allowed to defend yourself. That shot collar goes on you. That shot collar goes on you. And so I come back the next week prepared to, be polite and say, Shelly, let's talk and this and that. But this next week, she has her son Eric. And Eric is told to thug and muscle and attack and do this to me and do that to me, blah, blah, blah. And so before I can get a chance to ask Shelly what's wrong, I met with her son and her mother and father, who are told to come over a lot of weekends, to take turns and constantly, passive-aggressively try to provoke me to death, just like I'm witnessing worldwide, right? So now, let's think of the context of this situation. Not only is your stepmother working on you with everyone around you, and your father saying, let's watch movies and whistling at you, hinting that you're a whistleblower for something, showing that he's not on your side, which was happening years before this, and he's still trying to figure things out. But you have his Shelly coming back in the picture, her mouthing off to you, once again, me doing nothing to her or anyone else. And then before you can ask her what's going on, because it's not some perfect equation of an instant question, she's already built with my father these worldwide armies to kill me for just sitting there wondering what the fuck's going on, right? Now, before I could ask her what's going on, I met with her son taking turns in anger and rage, her mother, her stepfather, everyone in the community, based on thin air. Nothing's done to her like everyone else, like Christy Reynolds or Corey Bixby. Yet there's worldwide groups coming after Kevin Perlman because Kevin Perlman is a hate, rage, mean, horrible, serial-killing murderer who has done absolutely nothing to anyone but hold doors over for people and give people money out of his own pocket that would starve otherwise, in between being the psychotic murderer. Right? Yeah, okay, sure. So, hence, you kind of get the idea that these are operations because there's never anything you can say. They're coming after you anyways, and for no reason. So Shelly, I remember at that point I decided, after a couple of weekends of abuse, that she was a low-life piece of shit, and there's nothing that I could say to her, because it's kind of like, once you notice missiles coming over your border, what do you say to the person, right? It's like the Israelis sitting there and the Palestinians keep launching missiles over, going, you're horrible monsters, because in 1400 BC, blah, 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 or we don't approve of your religion. Well, you can't really say much while those missiles are coming over to kill you, right? At that point, it's, you're hunting me down trying to kill me. Okay. So at that point, I just figured she didn't deserve jack shit, and it wouldn't have mattered anyways, because once people are at the state where they're hunting you down, there is nothing to say to them. And so, I can guarantee you it would not have mattered what I would have said to her, and I can also tell you that she never would have let me have a conversation with her to defend myself, just like my father with his people aren't allowed to defend themselves, and if you've done something wrong, people aren't told what they've done, right? Those are words to me. If you've done something wrong, people don't tell you what you did. Yeah, right, okay, sure. Maybe in a psychotic murderer world, but not in the normal world. Once again, the next situation where they're trying to make it look like Kevin's sabotaging relationships with my father, brother, and other people, right? It doesn't exist. It does not exist. I did nothing to Shelly but be the kindest, giving, warmest person known to man. And once I noticed their psychotic murdering behaviors, I backed away And the more you back away from my family, the more they say you have something to hide, and they come after you a million times more with the NSA, FBI, police, and government saying, we're going to rid you of the world for walking away, just like my father having me thrown in maximum security prison a year and a half after him firing me from his company because I didn't want to take down my website, because enough was enough after 16 years of being hunted and killed. The website does not come down after 16 years of severe torture, which is really 40 years. You get the idea. So, Shelly, I'm just trying to think of any setups with Shelly. There are all sorts of things going on where, like, one stripper named Casey, Shelly ended up naming her dog Casey after the stripper Casey from Foreplay, which they also hinted about before throwing me in jail with this corrupt attorney my family introduced me to, which was posing as a criminal defense attorney, which was really a civil insurance attorney. What was his name? Steve Friedman, who was trying to hint about my family's dogs growing up, which was some government. I don't believe he was really friends of the family. He was someone working for the government. First time I've ever seen the guy claiming that he either bought or knew someone that bought Oppo, the dog that bit my brother when we were like, I must have been like 4 years old or something, on Rolling Road, whatever. I will go into Shelly later because I want to stick with the topic of Kevin supposedly sabotaging people's relationships, which obviously, as you can see, starts as young as 14 years old with Paul Humphrey, which really you could probably link back to 13 years old when my family got divorced, showing that my family can't deal with their decisions in life and needs someone to pin their decisions on from their guilt. Does that make sense? Like, my mother and father can't deal with their divorce, so they need to say that I made them do it, right? Because they, in their fucked up, demented conscience, can't take responsibility for their actions, which are perfectly normal. I mean, parents get divorced all the time, and in this day and age, I think the divorce rate is like 40% or probably a lot higher, right? And so, who cares? It didn't work out, they got divorced. But because they couldn't deal with that decision, they needed to say that I made them do it or something like this. And until they actually have some kind of argument, then the point is moot. It's like, you can't just walk around saying, I made you get divorced, but you can't tell me or anyone else why. You have to talk specific facts. How did I make them get divorced, right? Okay, did I make my mother get divorced from my father because my father didn't approve of her art therapy degree and laughed at her? Did I make them do that, right? How is that my fault? How does that why are they putting me in the middle of that, right? And why am I being hunted by strangers over things that you can't even fathom would be pinned on you? Anyways, okay, so now I want to jump to Janet Nordet. And I actually was planning on talking about something completely different, but this is much better because these are all interlinked and interconnected events. Now this one is the event of all events. I'm off at University of Colorado, and my family, okay, let me think. I'm close to graduation. I'm off at University of Colorado. Hanging over my head, I have a failed art history, or a D in a art history class, which I am totally confused how I got a D or something on a test which I knew forwards and backwards on the art history. but you know, you can't really know if a teacher just don't like failing you with the FBI to test the waters or not, as opposed to if you actually did fail it or got a D in it, not passing you on the class. But it seemed a little out there to me that I got such a low grade on this test. Needless to say, that put me in a position where I was close to graduation, minus an art history class or something that, I need to retake the art history class. But the more important one was the Spanish class. And this was a little strange too. In high school, I took 2 years of Spanish, and at Southern Oregon State College, they accepted 2 years of Spanish. Now, after a year and a half of Southern Oregon State, I decided I wanted something bigger. This tiny little city of 5,000, and so I put in a transfer to University of Colorado, which people are trying to use he's crazy and a schizo for going to the same school as his brother. But of course, in the real world, we all know that people make decisions based on what they know, and what I knew was that going around visiting my brother at University of Colorado, that was a pretty damn cool school, and so I transferred to University of Colorado based on the choices or decisions or things in my brain that I already knew existed, because that's a lot easier and quicker than exerting the mass energy while already in college to look at 100 different schools and nitpick which one is perfect, right? So, I put in a transfer to University of Colorado. They accept me, which, trust me, someone that's a C average like me is very difficult to do, with the one caveat that I needed a third year of Spanish. Okay, doesn't sound like a big deal on the surface, but remember, when you're not really a good Spanish speaker to begin with, and you have to take a third year, and you took the first and second year maybe 6 years or 7 years prior, who knows, I have to do the math, that you're probably going to have to take Spanish 1 and Spanish 2 to get to Spanish 3 to be prepared to take the Spanish 3, right? So what that means is, in college time, that is, if you can get the courses you want, Spanish 1, 2, and 3, or 3 semesters, that's a year and a half, right? Okay? Those 3 little classes are a year and a half's time. Okay, so me, sort of putting it off towards the end, I failed an art history class, or got a D in an art history class from the last final test, which he gave me a D or something, which means I needed to take art history and Spanish 1, 2, and 3 to get that third year of Spanish, or I could try to wing it by just going into Spanish 3 and praying I can remember enough, which I highly doubt I could. Okay, so that's a good 3 years, right? Or 1.5 years. Okay? So, I was close to that point. I had most of my classes done. And I started getting phone calls from my family with their their manipulations. Okay. First is Mike Huntley. He wants to come down and visit me at University of Colorado, and he's telling me how he wants to start up an internet host provider Now remember, this is back in 1997 when the internet first came around. The internet was predominantly like AOL users for the ease of use. It wasn't what it is today. You need to understand that. So he comes down to Colorado, wants to schmooze me over, this and that. He's my friend. I know him for 25 years. I trust him. Not realizing that he and my brother and my brother's friends are trying to figure out how to make me look crazy and put me in a mental institution. Needless to say, so he plants the seed, I want to start a company with you if you move back. Now, at the same time, my mother calls me up with these great ideas. Now remember, she's divorced from my father, but you know they're still probably communicating. She calls me up, my mother, and gives me this thing how I should walk the graduation, and then come back and finish those few courses from California and send in the credits to University of Colorado, which is doable, and they do that. Sort of greasing the wheels, right? Now, at the same time, my father calls me up around the same time period, and he tells me that if I move back, you know, I can stay at his house and I don't have to, for about a year, and I don't have to worry about, like room and board, because I can stay at his house. But of course, I never ask, right? Okay, that's the most important. The most important thing for anyone to know is that I'm not calling up my father saying, Ron or Daddy, I want to move in with you and come back from college early. And I'm not calling up Mike Huntley saying, I got this amazing idea, we should start a company, and somehow setting up Mike Huntley. They're contacting me just like all these people. Victoria Walker, Kevin, come over, help me. Aubrey Fisher, Kevin, come over, help me. Reeling me in, you know, trolling me in. That's probably where they got the term troll, was because my brother loves to fish and hunt down and kill his younger brother by getting him close with the rest of my family. I don't know. Whatever. So at this point, while my father also tells me that I should move in with him and all this and that, he tells me about the new Cuban lady that he's dating and seeing, and they're going to get married, right? Janet Barnett. So Janet, another person I had no problem with, but you could bet she had been given every piece of information known to try to rid me of the world. Who knows? But I'm not going to go there. I'm going to talk about what I know, and that is that my dad meets this lady Janet, which also seems to be involved from some prior, let me think. She wasn't involved, according to my father, I don't know if this is true after what I've seen, is supposedly he was arrested for some kind of criminal referral, doctor referrals, when I was off in college, and supposedly he was arrested for some kind of referral system in the medical industry which involved kickbacks, which was considered illegal, but supposedly it was really about making a statement to the medical industry, because the types of things we're talking about are very subtle and happen in all sorts of different businesses which are perfectly legal, but supposedly referring patients with kickbacks in the same way in the medical industry is a big no-no, and I cannot really talk about the specifics of the medical industry and law because that is just not my thing, okay? That is like, you're talking to a computer IT guy and an artist, okay? So we're talking about medical kickbacks and work comp, medical insurance and all this. You're just talking to the wrong guy, right? That's not something I'll ever really know about or care about. And supposedly Janet, that he was dating after these arrests and whatever happened, I think it got appealed or something and it was done with and wiped my father's record clean, which he said was a 5-year trial and this and that. I have no clue. Which sounds awfully long for a trial, especially a civil one, because murder trials are a lot shorter. Anyways, So anyways, Janet had her own referral company, and I guess my father's thing was like, well, you know, I'm dating you and you can do this, but I don't want you involved in anything like that and whatever. And so supposedly she changed her business process, or I don't even know. Whatever, that's really not important. But what is important is that the timing of my father calling me up, meeting this Cuban lady with big silicone implants that fit kind of the, I'm not trying to be judgmental because I love hot, tattooed, big silicone titty, I like to fuck like rabbit type of girls, but she did fit more of the exotic, erotic, big old silicone titty, stripperish type of women, which a lot of people can't deal with, that whole slutty look and whatever. Okay, so we got several things going on. We're playing off what Kevin likes. Okay, now while nobody will admit it, my family and everyone else damn well knows I like that slutty chick shit, and most guys do. They're just afraid to say it, especially when they're hooked up with a girl. They're not going to fucking say that because the chick's going to be like, you said what? Right? But that is what all fucking guys are thinking, is they want that big, huge tit girl that they can titty fucking do this and that, whatever, okay? They're not going to necessarily speak out loud about it and this and that, but most guys like that shit. Okay, so my family's playing off the things I like. Once again, Kevin, I want you to move in with me. And right as I'm coming back, he's getting married to her. Right? So think about the dynamics, and not only just the dynamics, but from an anal retentive family that I found out, it is 1,000,000% on the you don't blur the lines and mixed boundaries. And the reality of life is that boundaries and the lines are continually grayed out all day and night, and it is impossible to not blur the lines on most things. Let me just think of an example. When I played pool at Yankee Doodle's Pool Hall, I can't tell you how many employees I saw dating each other in Yankee Doodle's Pool Hall, and I will tell you right now that my family would tell you that if you dated a person at your own business, you've committed the crime of all crimes and need to pay for it. Yet, here comes the big yet, here comes the big hypocritical yet. Where did my father meet Shelley Humphreys? Or Shelley, what was her original name? Shelley, yeah, it was Humphrey, wasn't it? Same as Paul Humphrey, Shelley Humphrey. Anyways, where did my father meet Shelley Humphrey? Well, he met her. She was his secretary at his office. So the man who is pitching this bullshit to me, that I'm blurring the lines and I need to be hunted and killed over, is now married to his original secretary, which he cheated on, and he also cheated on my mother with, right? Okay, Mr. Mr. Boy Scout, right, is the biggest lying hypocrite known to man while hunting me down, trying to kill me with every resource. Okay, so why does my father want me to move into this hot big titty Cuban, into his house with his big tit, in his house with with his big titty Cuban slutty woman, while getting married right around the same period as I'm moving into his house, who just happened to go from like Susie Homemaker-ish to extremely paranoid. And while my father states the same exact bullshit that he's pinning on me, Janet Nordette has a split personality, and when she gets angry, her face physically changes, just like the same bullshit he's pinning on me, saying that I'm like the Incredible Hulk when I get angry, and they've seen me change in anger. And then when trying to tell the psychology community about the things being done to me, the psychology community, after 24 psychologists did whatever it took to make my life miserable, and me putting on my website that I've been to 24 people in the psychology community. They made the movie Split with the character Kevin, who suffers from 24 split personalities and changes his physical form in anger. Okay, do you think that that's a little coincidental, especially with all the other things going on with movie references, right? So what is going on there is that is like a punishment for me trying to go get help and say, look, this is being done in my life, help me, right? It is also the psychology community basically saying, we're going to do whatever it takes to stop you from talking, so that you can't tell anyone, and we're going to do that by trying to make you mentally ill, kill you, rid you of the world, or whatever, right? And so that is why Kevin in the movie Split is Kevin. And not only that, but there was a black girl that was stalking me years before on IRC, and she was talking about the movie The Sixth Sense and trying to use that as references directed at me. Well, that's the same producer, so you kind of get the idea of what's going on, that, you know, the producers are going from movie to movie doing these things. But anyway, so my father is using these psychological labels to control or disseminate lies to turn these mass groups against me. Okay, so I move into his house. Janet's like little Miss Susie Homemaker, and the more she's around my controlling father, the crazier and crazier she's getting, and the more paranoid she's getting, right? Now me, I'm like away from it. I'm off in my own little world, and I'm kind of away from all their crap. The only direct thing that I could ever say that happened with me and Janet is that at one point my mother called. I picked up the phone. And the answering machine answered, and I said, wait for the answering machine to stop. And Janet heard that, flipped out, and got paranoid and said, well, Kevin's saying things about me to his mother, which is the point that people start saying, trying to get controlling like that. Then you ultimately start telling your mother, yeah, you know, she said this and that. But the thing is, my father is very controlling, and she disappears for a couple days in Vegas, and it's like the end-all, be-all of crimes. And, well, I can't tell you from the perspective of a married couple because I've never been married, and I don't know how I'd feel if my wife took off for a weekend to Vegas, but I'm pretty open-minded and kick back, so if my wife took off for a weekend to Vegas and wasn't fucking 100 guys, I probably wouldn't give a shit, based on the fact that I had trust for her, right? And you have to build to get that kind of trust, because you just don't trust people blindly to begin with like that, right? Because if you're not serious with a girl, then you don't know if she's going to be sleeping around with 100 guys. But anyways, what would happen is my father would take me out on his Sunday night dinners after I had moved out of his house a year later. And his situation was like getting progressively worse and worse, according to him. But now he's a pathological liar, and you don't know what's true, what comes out of his mouth. And he would take me to to a restaurant called Houston's. And at Houston's, every week he would unload about the horrible things Janet did to him. And I would always have conversations like, well, why don't you just divorce this person and get away from him? Because when he starts telling me things, which turned out to not be true, that she grabbed his steering wheel and tried to launch his car into a tree, and all sorts of things that when I questioned him later on in life, he can't remember telling me. Now, trust me, if your wife is grabbing your car steering wheel and trying to launch your cars into trees, that's shit you don't forget. So he couldn't even remember the lies he was spewing out, right? Now, what is the dynamics? Why would my father take me out either to boys' night with a group full of guys saying, "Ron, get away from this girl," and my father saying, "No, no, no, eventually she'll get better," or something like that, and taking me out to Houston's? By the way, I believe he was taking me to Houston's to hint about Jen Hess, a girl they sent after me, who I mentioned earlier, that was told to stalk me with the feds and LAPD in these setup and frame job operations they're still working on, while the police are telling the world that I hit her with a mask on and things like this, where she came over to my house the next day with no bruises on after telling me someone hit her. Whatever. So the reason he was taking me to Houston's and having Yankee Doodles waitresses show up hoping that they could get me to attack them and things like this. One's name was Gina, I think, who drove, ironically, a Eclipse, and a car I loved, which I met an Asian guy at University of Colorado in the early 90s, had an Eclipse, and I loved that car. The all-wheel drive Eclipse was the first Eclipse I loved back in like 94, whatever. This Gina also drove an Eclipse, and I asked her about the Eclipse, and that was the end-all be-all of crimes. So this Gina was not only following me to foreplay strip clubs, which I thought it was coincidence. Later on to find out I supposedly did something to this girl. But taking me to Houston's to hint about Jen Hess, who supposedly later on checked into a drug rehab in Houston or something. Once again, I supposedly did it to her, just like Carissa Brands and the other imaginary women out there. And while taking me to Houston's and restaurants, would blast off every single weekend how Janet did all these things. Why? Well, I finally figured it out, that he was trying to do what my brother was trying to do, just like Alexandra Cohen was trying to rile me up and peer pressure me into going after her, right? Being the hero. And why do I say being the hero? Because one of these labels from these people worldwide I've met with anger and rage towards me is the hero tactic. I supposedly am a vigilante that have taken the law in my own hands. I've done something horrific, but yet, like everything else, Kevin Perlman the hero, while women sit there and try to get these confessions like, "I want you to be my hero," with subtweets, can't specifically, like everything else, talk about the actual situation of the crimes I've done, right? It's just you've done something. We're going to send you hidden messages about this, about that, about the other thing. I'm going to tell you your past caught up with you. I'm going to tell you you need to leave the country. I'm going to tell you that when people do something wrong, they're not told what it is. But I'm not going to tell you everything but what normally happens. This is what's going on. This is what you've done. Or this is what you're accused of. Why? Remember my father's statements with Mike Huntley. You are not allowed to defend yourself, ever. You're not allowed to tell anyone what's going on. You're not allowed to ask questions what's going on. You're not allowed, if someone pulls out a gun and starts shooting at you, you're not allowed to dodge the bullets or do anything in return to stop him. You just die. Oh, and by the way, I love you while you just die. Okay, so, hence, my father taking me to restaurants to work on my emotions about Janet Nordet, to try to figure out ways to get me to snap and go after her, just like Jen Hess was trying to do, just like Corey Bixby, just like most likely Alexander Cohen, just like Shelley Humphrey, just like Mike Huntley sending all these women like Jen Hess after me, just like Julia Sophia Reynoso, just like, I don't know, these names are in the thousands, literally, okay? Yet, they have not gotten me to do anything to anyone but find out what's going on and talk about it. Okay, so, Terrence Scroggins, that's a good one. Terrence Scroggins, Bailey Bernard, all these people stalking me. And as you'll notice, that the people that come after me crying wolf, they get more and more aggressive. Bailey Bernard with his assault and battery. Terrence Scroggins with his endless threats and extortion. Saying my place is his place, and things like that, right? And so much so that the police are covering up these operations by falsifying police reports. And when I come into the police station each time with what's being done to me, I'm met with thugging, cryptic terror tactics or threats I better not talk, in cryptic ways, and sometimes even death threats that I have recorded on video, or thugging tactics like we're watching you, Perlman, on video because they don't want me talking about what's been done to my life. Right? Okay. So, Janet Nordet eventually, whether this is true or not, I don't know, because remember, I get all my information from my father, and my father is a pathological liar whose only motive is to set up his son, frame him, and rid his son of the world. So remember that most of the information I get about Janet Nordet comes from my father, which 90% is all disinformation. Okay, but the story behind Janet Nordet is that the crazier and crazier she got, her kids didn't like her, her kids didn't talk to her, and eventually she went to jail for solicitation to commit murder, to have my father killed because the story is that her son Mario, who has been in and out of jail, she contacted his friend Tyrell or something, and Tyrell called up my father and said, Ron, for $20,000, I have vital information for your life, and supposedly my father paid Tyrell $20,000 to hear a recording of Janet Nordet calling up saying that she wants him to kill my father. Yet, in my mind, it sounds pretty shady that if someone calls you up saying, pay me $20,000 for vital information on your life, that you would go straight to the police and say this person's trying to extort money out of me, and something freaky is going on, and then it's probably investigated, right? Now, I'm not going to tell you with 100% that I know exactly what's going on. But what I can tell you is that after Janet supposedly was arrested, went to jail for 3 years for solicitation to commit murder, I saw a court statement stating that people were following her and stalking her and wouldn't leave her alone with my father. And after what I've seen, and I never would have thought about it without seeing it first, but from what I've seen with my father is the same things are being done to me, right? I'm watching all day and night worldwide groups hunt me and stalk me. And whether I go places, every place I go, people know me to begin with and take turns in an angry rage from my father's lies that you can't get away from. And then you're met with groups of people that follow you because the ones that are there that see you notify people to follow you and take turns on you, right? So that being said, it's pretty damn strange that my father meets a girl, she goes crazy, and then tries to off my father in self-defense. And I'm not going to tell you that killing people is okay, although sometimes people are put in self-defense where they have to do what it takes to stay breathing, and I have not done that. But what I will tell you, and that's what they tried to get me to do on these frame job operations, or setup operations, because that is the entire reasoning behind gaslighting or gang stalking, is to get reactions that look crazy to lock you away. But what I can tell you is it's awfully strange that coincidentally the same exact things are happening to me, and they're done in such a way that you can't get away from it. For example, if you're around an abusive father, you just walk away and it's done, normally. But what if that abusive father has teams of people following you from place to place, and has people like Lorena Escobar paying women off to come in your life to try to set you up, and paying people to follow you to different locations to hunt you, then you can understand it. How do you get away from people actively hunting you, right? Now, on that note, the same exact types of lies in my father's office that were done to Janet Nordette were done to me, right? Janet Nordette supposedly came to my father's office, threatening him and saying all these things to him. And when I worked at my father's office, which my father wanted me to work at so bad, the same exact things were happening with his entire employment, with the ringleader of Lorena Escobar paid off to do these things to me. The same exact things to try to make me look crazy. The identical template done. It was done to Janet, done to me, right? The same types of lies, the same I'm going to make you look crazy, the same Lorena Escobar told to contact me and hire me, then telling everyone that I'm trying to take over my father's office, and I'm the boss, and I think I'm in the mafia and crazy shit like this. Met with all sorts of setups, like Lorena Escobar, my father, having Debbie Groveman, my father's friend, contact me, asking me to fix her son's computer, and then telling me that I should take over the company, and me saying no, I couldn't care less about his dead-end joke of a company, right? Things like that, which all linked together, and upon telling my father all these things, he always shrugs them off, trying to make me look crazy and super sensitive, right? Anyways, by the way, these things were endless. These things were all day and night for 14 years alone in my father's office, non-stop, and not just in the office, but with connected worldwide support. For example, hundreds to thousands of cars pulling up in his parking lot alone per day with mental illness tactics. But anyways, that's how bad they wanted these reactions from me to lock me away in jail. Okay. So, now, the way they're probably trying to pitch it is, what? Aside from the mental illness cover-ups and Kevin's crazy and Kevin's doing all these things, once again, Kevin Perlman, from the perspective of the propaganda audience, okay? Remember that. This is important. The propaganda audience with worldwide people getting this disinformation. Ron Perlman meets Janet Nordet. Ron Perlman is getting married to Janet Nordet. Kevin Perlman magically stops going to college with a few classes short. How do I know this? Because I've had lawyer after lawyer question my integrity about things that don't matter, about things, information they should not know about. And the big one in these 2013 arrests were endless questions by lawyers asking me why I left college without graduating in an investigative form, interrogation form. Okay, well, how do these random lawyers worldwide know that Kevin Perlman stopped going to college and moved in his father's house right at the time where Ron Perlman was marrying Janet Nordet? Okay, these are the important questions. These lawyers would never know this unless I was like Tom Cruise or the President of the United States. This is not public information, so how do these random lawyers worldwide, one sequentially after the next, know that Kevin Perlman left University of Colorado a few classes short before graduating and moved in when his father is marrying Janet Nordet? Right? Think about that. So what's the reasoning? From there, factually, that type of coincidence with that type of information dissemination does not happen. It is not normal. It is not the way the world works. Unless I'm some huge celebrity with the news following me from place to place and not some schleppy kid trying to figure out what he's doing with his life. That is not the way the world works. Hence my father's statement, I don't know how the world works. Bullshit. Okay. Disinformation. Okay, so through the eyes of the propaganda channel watchers, Kevin Perlman just stopped going to college when his father's getting married, didn't finish his degree, and moved in right when his father is marrying Janet Nordet, who just magically goes crazy, like Jen Hess, like Carissa Brands, like Julia Sophia Reynoso, and I'm sure 100,000 other women, which I've just magically made go crazy, right? By doing absolutely nothing. And being given out the world where I'm under investigation with a worldwide campaign to hunt me and kill me, with every female on the planet in an angry rage for no reason at all, as far as I've been told. Just, I know what I've done. You get the idea that as far as the disinformation, smears, lies, propaganda, Kevin Perlman stopped going to college to move in to sabotage Janet Nordet, my father's relationship, because why is Shelley Humphreys barking at me, spazzing out and hunting me down, trying to kill me, saying, oh, now you have an evil stepmother, in an angry, bitter voice, and telling her son and family to go ballistic on me. Right? Okay? You can't do what I've been told by the police and psychology community and say, don't connect the dots or you suffer from obsession. You have to connect the dots, and any sane, rational person is going to wonder why larger and larger groups are hunting them down, trying to kill them in anger and rage, and not ignore it, right? Hence what I've been told at 29 by the psychology community and everyone else after finding out there's a worldwide campaign to kill me, just ignore it. Yeah, right. Okay, just ignore it until you're dead or until you snap so bad that something really bad happens, they go, look, that guy snaps and he's crazy, right? Okay. So, I don't want to go too deep on Janet and Ordette. That's for later conversations after college graduations of the specifics. But you can see a continual pattern of behavior with mass conspiracies to try to frame me over and over and establish a false fictional pattern of behavior from Kevin Perlman of doing horrific things that don't exist. And at the same time, you can see the pattern of behavior from a pathological lying father, mother, and brother who try to use their psychology degrees and manipulate me into situations to set me up, play both sides of the fence. Okay, that's even more important. So, my mother, father, and brother all wanting me to move back from the University of Colorado early to get me in my father's house, to make it look like I'm somehow doing something to Janet and Ordette and all my father's women, yet there is nothing I've done to all my father's women, or any other woman for that matter, or any other person for that matter, but be the nicest person known to man. Period. The end. So all these things, all these worldwide murder operations that have me killed, with billions of government dollars in the psychology community, is all based on complete fiction and thin air, just like you going out and watching a movie. It does not exist. And any person that puts anything in their movies based on my so-called alter egos, as they say, are fabricating complete fiction and putting it in their movies. And more importantly, in anything that these people say, do, or write about me are all based on hearsay, because I've never met these people. Example, when they write the movie The Fight Club, which Mike Huntley claims part of it is based after my life, I've never met these writers, right? So the only information these writers know are based on people that don't like me and want me dead and gone, right? Hence, fiction. Which all comes down to the question of, are they really putting reference messages in movies, or taking aspects of Kevin's life that they believe are real and putting them in movies? Well, yes, they are, but for me to question that makes me look crazy, right? Hence, gaslighting and gang stuff. So anyways, I've spoken to you about the Kevin and supposedly sabotaging relationships in women, which we trace back, or I trace back to Paul Humphrey around the age 14, but actually go deeper, because kissing a black girl at the age 8 to 10 brings in Tom Farley and Tracy Picos, which Tom Farley is trying to claim that I've sabotaged him and Tracy Picos' relationship and cover-up operations. And Tom Farley was also working on Hope, the girl he's married to, some black girl. Coincidentally, I don't believe that he met, or I should say, I believe that him meeting a black and marrying a black girl, as strange as this sounds, probably has more to do with their Kevin's a white supremacist tactic than actually just randomly meeting a black girl, kind of on like a double benefit for Tom Farley while ridding me of the world, which is very difficult to grasp, and even myself having a hard time to believe that. But remember, in my life, people's lives are very joint, double-efforted, joint-efforted. How do I say this? Example, I just happen to meet a girl I like, but at the same time, I can benefit and use this person to destroy Kevin. Right? Does that make sense? So some of these situations aren't all strategically planned out. some of them are kind of based on a double benefit. I can kill two birds with one stone. Does that make sense? I just happened to meet this girl, and she's black, and at the same time, we're telling the world Kevin's a white supremacist, so I can use my relationship to my benefit to help destroy Kevin Perlman, making things not 100% strategic, making them kind of, or everything we do in life we can use to destroy Kevin, right? Okay. On that note, you kind of understand this progression of me doing absolutely nothing wrong, and it's just progressing from person to person, making claims, or this disinformation or frame jobs or setup attempts based on peer pressure to try to make it look like I'm acting out in rage against women or other races and cultures, which none of it exists. It does not exist. Hence going to therapists like Alex Lazar and me letting him know that I know that my family's accusing me of being full of rage, and watching his eyes drop to the ground in guilt, and then him doing whatever it takes to cover up these operations at this Encino Starbucks by having Heather, the Yankee Doodles waitress, stalk me and hunt me down and try to set me up. Having this Persian girl, which she was Persian too, Arnon's, try to befriend me and get coerced false confessions that I'm a hacker and making people mentally ill and hunting me down. The chessboard community following me to the Encino Starbucks, trying to get confessions about me playing games with people's lives because they found out my one of thousands of pieces of art, that one is the picture of the model Ariana on a chessboard, the girl on MySpace hunting me down with Aubrey Fisher, trying to make a harmless picture of a black girl on a chessboard, somehow racial and threatening, right? You get the idea. And that was all, or Alex Lazar sending Rick Armando, the band member of 1994, a guitarist, to befriend me, telling me that he wants to see what's going on so he can help me go to the police, and once he finds out that I can prove what's going on, he turns on me to try to hunt me down because I show him that I can prove that I'm not crazy, all linked to psychiatrist Alex Lazar trying to pump me full of as much medication all together to pretty much try to turn me into a drooling zombie to stop me from talking about the things being done to me. And he was Persian, linking back to Tom Farley and the Persian community coming after me, while Tom Farley was telling these Persian groups that I hate Persians, and more of his disinformation. So you can see how all these things are linked together from one person sequentially after the next, trying to cover up this rolling ball of fire that's getting bigger and bigger, starting at 5 years old, and by the time I turn 29, this rolling ball of fire is the size of California, and they know that they don't want anything truthful coming out to show that how this rolling ball of fire starts at 5 years old is from a paranoid psychotic family who just doesn't like their child, right? Hence the continual, we're going to try to set you up and frame you to try to cover up the ditch they've dug for themselves, or the hole they've dug for themselves, because they don't want to be honest and state that Kevin Perlman is a really good person and I have done absolutely nothing wrong, right? You get the idea. So I'm going to, my voice is starting to get tired, and let me just pause this and check if if there's something else I wanted to talk about, because I've actually, I went completely off the topics that I wrote down, but it actually came out better because the topics I spoke about all interlink to the same tactic of sabotaging Kevin, or working on my credibility by the world being told that I'm trying to sabotage and destroy people's relationships out of anger and rage, acting out, which none of which is true, which I've now discussed several people interlinked to my family and those around me based on lies and disinformation. My family are investing billions of dollars into telling the world, which isn't true, and then telling me I'm imagining. Oh wait, there is one more thing. Arnold Silver, the stepfather, which my current stepfather, I will talk about. This totally interlinks, and there's actually a ton to talk about, so I'm going to pause this and take a break, and then I'll come back and talk about it, and if I don't, I'll talk about it tomorrow or the next day, but it is definitely directly related to the things going on, but there is a lot to talk about. Okay, so I'm on Pacific Coast Highway. I'm leaving the land of Scorch and ending up in Santa Monica. There's a dynamic I wanted to mention before I continue to talk about Arnold. And the Kevin sabotaging his mother and Arnold's relationship, which applies to, notice every single person around me states that I'm somehow doing something to them in their relationship, yet there's absolutely nothing I've done but breathe. And right before I get that, I was talking about the guy at Starbucks who might have been an ex-detective. He said he was a detective, but he handed me his business card, and it was a private investigator card. And he was trying to make me look crazy when I was getting into specifics, like most of them do, because they don't want the truth coming out. But there are some dynamics to this situation I wanted to explain, so people understand how people are wording or skewing or twisting and contorting things. So for example, I walked into the Starbucks, the guy pretended he didn't know me. I handed him a card, he asked about my card. He obviously already knew who I was because I'm known worldwide. But in this case, he probably actually followed me there and was waiting for me to get there, because everything I do is collected and disseminated on these internet-based systems. So if I hop in my car and I drive through Topanga Canyon or Canaan, any person that sees me is going to hop on their phone and they're going to say, Kevin's in Canaan headed towards the beach. And so people are alerted instantly, this is where Kevin's going, and they prepare to skull fuck me or create this mental illness in these huge mass groups. Okay, so what that means is I'll get to a Starbucks or any place, people will be prepared for me to show up. If they're not prepared, they'll know who I am, and they'll have already been given the terror tactics, like if you see Kevin put one foot up on a chair or do this. They'll park their cars backwards in twos, or maybe two white pickups parked backwards, and all the people with pickups will get their pickups together and things like that. Then there's the groups of people that will follow me in after, stalking me. Maybe you'll see 10 people show up with solid black pants and solid red shirts, all coordinating these attacks that never stop. Anyways, I don't want to get into the specifics of these insane operations that end up to hundreds to thousands of people per hour at every place I go in the world, what I do want to talk about is the dynamics of my conversation with this person and how he tries to control the information flow to make me look crazy. So as I walk into Starbucks, I hand out a couple of cards. Guy asks me what the card's about. I politely explain, not trying to be pushy, that you already know who I am and this and that. I start to explain the situation, of course. In this case, he says he's a private investigator, has some card about fugitives and this and that. I didn't really read. He basically told me he was a detective, which probably means he was a detective at one point. He'll say things that are half in, half out. For example, he talks about me doing podcasts and this and that, but when I try to correct him that these aren't podcasts, they're recorded videos that are uploaded to YouTube and Facebook and not actual live feeds, he'll cut me off mid-sentence and then say I'm schizo because I'm not admitting to the podcasts. But I'm not doing podcasts. I'm recording videos in the privacy of my car, and when I get home, uploading them. Now, there's a whole nother layer to this. I have noticed that on Twitter and Facebook and Instagram, that when I'm recording the video, I instantly get people stating things in regards to the video. Let me think of an example. Maybe I talk about some incident where I danced with a girl and her hair is dyed blue, and then maybe I'll not only see tons of pictures of girls with their hair dyed blue, but there also might be verbal conversation about people's hair dyed blue, or even maybe I'll talk about something that happened to me at my childhood, and there'll be people posting their tweets saying like, it sucks that this happens to people at childhood like that, acknowledging the video. Except there's a problem with that. And the problem is that these aren't live feeds. These aren't streamed across the internet while I'm driving. Now, what does this mean? It means that my cell phone has a cellular internet connection, like all cell phones, like all smartphones, so it's on the internet. And the camera is connected to the camera software, which I push the record button. Now the software does have, I noticed, a live feed, which I have not tried, and I do not believe I've even signed up to the website with a user account or registered the camera to do live feeds or even know how that works. So, what does this mean? Well, it means everything that's happening to me since 1994 and the internet came around is consistent and has always been going on. Is while I simply bought a camera and downloaded an app to record, everything that's going on my cell phone is being hijacked and given out to the world, right? So what that means is I'm not giving this information willingly and freely out to the world. It's being, my cell phone is being hacked and tracked, and has been by the police for years and government, and this information is being offloaded onto the internet to sort of use against me and twist and contort and take out of context. Well, I don't have a problem with people seeing the video, and live streaming actually is a good idea now that I think about it. My point is that these things that are being done to me are not by choice, right? So when that guy, who obviously is working with the police and doesn't want to help me because I asked about his services and pricing, and then he started changing up on me that I'm a paranoid schizo, that's all you need to know. But my point is that all these things being done to me are against my will, right? There is no acknowledgement. If Tom Cruise wants to get into acting and makes movies, he has made a decision that he's going to be a public figure. He has decided beforehand that that's what he wants for his life. If Kevin Perlman is making some videos or creating art on his computer, and that art is being taken off his computer through malicious tools before I release the art, which has been done with everything I've done, you get the idea that that is privacy violations and not me intentionally giving out information to the world. Okay, now, that guy who claims he doesn't know me and asks questions about me has basically let me know, one, that he's seen my YouTube videos, but then says, I don't know you and what's this card about, right? Okay, then he mentions them as podcasts or live streams, okay? Well, I have not given out any live streams, but I assure you that the video recordings are being collected and disseminated in real time as I talk, being hijacked through malicious activity on my cell phone, right? But that's not me. Hence, this guy who's a PI, who once was a detective, who is obviously works with other police officers because most PIs do, is on the side of illegal operations. And when I was talking about illegal cell phone tracking, like I said earlier, he had no problem with violating people's constitutional rights and protections, because in his mind, if he says you're a bad person, you're a bad person before any court trial, court date, or anything like that, meaning that he's a bigoted racist that will just say, I don't like you, or I think this, and hunt you down and kill you because he's above the law. But more importantly, that being said, he's getting the live streams, and he doesn't think that the podcasts or live streams, which aren't by my permission, are wrong. Right? Okay. So, what does that tell you? Oh, wait. So, now at this point, when he cuts me off short, well, you are doing podcasts and you are doing live stream. No, I'm not. Okay, now I'm cutting you off. So I'm not allowed to explain to him that I'm recording video and uploading it. Hence, this is very important from a psychological and interrogation standpoint. He cuts me off mid-sentence, not allowing me to finish the full story, and then says I'm a paranoid schizo. Right? Okay, well, we got a guy that knows that things are being offloaded on my phone. He knows that information is being given out to the world secretly. He knows, if he doesn't know that, he knows obviously by mentioning that I do podcasts, that I upload them to my YouTube and Facebook. Therefore, when he says I'm a paranoid schizo, and he doesn't know me, well, the act of letting someone know that you know things about them and then saying I don't know you is an act of trying to make someone look crazy, right? It's not. So his cover-up statement is I'm a paranoid schizo because he thinks that he knows this and he thinks he knows that and he thinks he's in control, and then he doesn't allow the full story to come out, the usual process, and then it's you're crazy and you're this and that, and he's trying to make me look crazy and this and that in front of people, but it's all about catering the information to how they want to make it look in front of people, and stopping people from talking about the entire story or situation, is taking things out of context. And so he knew. The first things he was mentioning was about podcasts and alluding and talking to me about me doing podcasts. Well, remember, he gets a card. The first thing he does is he gets a card and says, what's this about? And I don't know you, right? He didn't say, oh, you're Kevin Perlman, and Kevin Perlman, I don't believe you, and this and that, and it sounds all far-fetched to me. No, it was, I don't know you, but you're doing podcasts. And then when the information started getting into things like constitutional rights, illegal phone tappings and things like that, that's when he switched up to your paranoid schizo, right? Okay, so anyways, I just sort of quickly wanted to explain the dynamics of how these people follow me and try to create the illusion that I'm some crazy guy while they know who I am. And this pretty much happens from person to person worldwide. Okay, so now let me go back, and I'm hoping, I kind of got a second wind after eating some food, whatever. But I don't know if I'm going to be able to finish this because my voice is starting to get a little raspy here. Okay, so I've now established a pattern with you that supposedly any person around me that has relationships, I'm somehow destroying, yet there's nothing I've actually done to anyone. They're just fabricating lies, just like Corey Bixby, will you drive me home? Sure. Now Kevin's a horrible monster. He needs to be killed by his entire high school, right? But there's no actual event, and this event that, if nothing could have occurred, like me going, you're a stupid bitch, and punching her in the face or something, then how bad could it be, right? So Corey Bixby's entire cover-up argument is that I may have pushed the gas pedal a little too hard, and so that horrifically destroyed her life, and it's a passive-aggressive, mean, horrible behavior that shows that I hate women, and I'm a woman beater and a serial killer. Yeah, okay, sure. And if you fart around a girl, what does that mean? Right? Okay, so obviously these people are being told to cry wolf. So now we have my mother and father divorced around 13, when I was 13. And as I mentioned, supposedly it was because my father was and is, as I found out, a very controlling person. But I think, as I recall, the breaking point of my parents' marriage was when my mother got into art therapy. My father was belittling her that you can't make money in that, which he's probably right. And she felt that he's controlling, and there were probably some ultimatums and things like that. He probably threw at her, or this and that. I don't know. I can't really. It was so long ago. But I remember that was the point, like her breaking point with her art therapy. Now, ironically, it's strange that she's unethically using her art therapy on me, which is a whole different issue. It has nothing to do with whether someone should or should not get into art therapy. It has to do with how you use the art therapy, right? Which I don't even know how, really, I mean, how much can you know someone through their art, because art is an expression of fantasy anyways. But that being said, there's a whole tangent of every piece of artwork I create. My mother goes ballistic on me, and at the same time, my mother divorced my father because of things like my father not being able to accept her for wanting to go out and do something with her life and get a psychology degree. Although at this point in my life I have a big problem with psychologists or anyone in the psychology community after what I've seen, because I haven't yet met one that was about truth, honesty, or helping people. Needless to say, I don't want to go on that tangent. I want to talk about the dynamics here, that now you've seen a pattern of behavior and a tactic, a psychological warfare tactic, where people are told to cry wolf around me based on relationships. So now we have my mother divorcing my father at 13, dating some people. I think I mentioned in the last segment She dated Annie McIntyre for a short period, I think an extremely short period, who in Hidden Hills with her, who introduced me to modern video film, and Brian Longbotham. She dated some guy. My father jokes around that he drove a Mazda or something, and she drove a Mercedes, and it could never work out because her car was better than hers. I mean, that's pretty, what's the word I'm looking for? Pretty, Jesus Christ. Pretty, what's it called when you're, sorry, my brain's a little, Jesus. Whatever, it's a little, you know, when you everything's based on stupid things. So you make stupid judgments based on stupid things. It's petty, it's whatever. I can't think of the stupid word right now. So anyways, God, that's annoying. So anyways, eventually she meets Arnold Silver, a Canadian bloke, and I don't know what age that was. I'm guessing I was probably around 15 or something. Let's say 15. She meets Arnold, she flies back and forth, he flies back and forth, they date. Obviously he's got a shitload of money and he owns a furniture store at the time called Stacy's, which, superficial. Sorry, that was the word I was looking for. Superficial. He has a furniture store called Stacy's, and named after his daughter, and makes shitloads of money with this furniture chain, and then eventually sells Stacy's and gets into real estate, whatever. Okay, so some dude with shitloads of money, right, from Canada. Now, I can't tell you why Arnold was told, just like Shelley, that I'm going to do something to him, and for he and his family, Jesus, sorry, that's horrible. It's a newer Mustang, with modified exhaust, but it sounds like a 6-cylinder, because that's not usually what a V8 sounds like with a good healthy exhaust system, and the noise is just really annoying. You know, it doesn't have that big rock, it just sounds like crap. Okay, and really it makes it difficult for me to talk here, so I'm gonna slow down and let this guy. Okay, so I don't know why Arnold was told to, like Shelley, tell his entire family to take turns on me on anger and rage, but once again, we have Shelley going ballistic on me with her entire family. We have Arnold going on me, ballistic on me with his entire family. We have my brother asking me to fly up to see him before he could put the pieces together at maybe 35, or go skiing with him and his wife and friends. Jen Pilchick, his wife, would try to interrogate me about Arnold and his money and this and that, right? Trying to get confessions that I don't like Arnold and I just want his money and things like this, right? Which were very strange to me. It was the strangest. I couldn't believe. I was sort of picking up on the vibes at the time, going, is she interrogating me? You know, why are they asking questions about Arnold and his will, and my father and his will, and this and that? And I'm sitting there like, I can't believe I'm being interrogated, but I wasn't fully sure I was being interrogated until the freaky things started coming out. Like, for example, I get stoned with Jen Pilchick, And I'm joking around, and I'm like, there are two types of people, those who are stoned and those that need to get stoned, which I think is a hysterical line. And then all of a sudden realizing on social networks that everyone is sort of either mimicking that statement or using variations of that statement, all from those conversations, letting me know that the conversations I was having with my sister-in-law were all being used against me, right? They're all being collected and twisted and contorted and used against me, from my sister-in-law to my brother. So the next thing you have to question about these fishermen or troll artists, or why do they want me to fly out to Florida so that I can see them and my nephew Reese, which Reese at a very young age was told to keep whistling at me in hopes that they could get me to abuse a child, right? And so you get the idea that, hey, once again, we're calling you up, we want you to come out here, we're going to take turns in anger and rage on you, and you're a bad person. And we're going to tell the world that. Okay, so I was picking up these interrogations about me not liking my stepfather, Father Arnold. So wait, I don't like Shelley, I don't like Arnold, I don't like Alexandra, I don't like Jen Hess's husband, even though I don't know she's married. I'm trying to steal Lisa Marie away from Paul Humphrey, even though she's like he's a tool and a loser in some frame job operation. Paul Humphrey is magically meeting women off IRC that I have physically dated like honey and going out with them. I've supposedly destroyed Paul Humphrey's relationship with Krista Brands and put her in a mental institution. Strange. Not even really ever friends or have the ability to talk to her away from Paul, right? Meaning that the possibility of me being mean to Carissa Brands is close to none because I was never around her. Unless he's saying I showed up at her house every day and broke into the house and was like abusing her, like I think there's like an old cartoon with a fox that's always in love or something, and he keeps pushing himself on the girl, right? Like, impossible. Couldn't have happened, right? Janet Nordette, I supposedly did all these horrible things to Janet Nordette that don't exist, right? Corey Bixby, the black girl, right? Okay, if you were me, wouldn't you be saying things are really strange here? I haven't done one thing remotely close to any of these people, and they're all hunting me down with billions of government dollars. Okay, so you get the idea here that my brother and his wife are working on me with all these other people. Okay, now Arnold, let me think. So I would go, my mother and Arnold would want me to go visit them in Canada, and I used to always go and visit them because, like usual, didn't have a problem with my brother or mother or father or anyone else. And sure, I love to be around you, even though I don't make much money and can't really afford to travel. But, you know, I love to be around my family. And like I said before, that I used to think that they were the greatest thing since sliced bread, until I found out they're involved in a worldwide extermination campaign to rid me of the world. Okay, so every single time I was invited up to Canada, Arnold Silver would take out his turns on anger and rage, and whenever I talked to my mother, and with his entire family, just like Shelley, and whenever I talk to my mother, she always tries to make me think that I'm like Arnold, right? She gives me this speech, how when Arnold was young, he was abused, and this and that, blah, 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 and people at his work treated him this way, and so that's why, and then it's always this thing of her trying to make me see myself based on her perception of complete fantasy, right? You can't see yourself, so we're going to torture and kill you until you can see yourself, but our perception of who you are is based on some delusional fantasy that they've concocted out of this neurotic hate and rage towards me, right? None of it exists. It doesn't exist. Kevin Pearlman is acting out. Kevin Pearlman is doing all these horrible things to women. It doesn't exist. Okay? So the only thing that exists is Kevin keeps meeting person after person, told to cry wolf and rid him of the world, and the numbers are in insane proportions where you can't get away from it. You keep trying to meet new people, and each and every stranger worldwide is told to rid you of the world. Okay, so, and while I'm not going to claim that I'm perfect, there are a very few slight incidences in life where I have showed human behavior and expression, and those around me have a problem with me not being a robot and actually being a person that expresses himself and has communication and talks and has ups and downs and good days and bad days and this and that. And in my life, that is a big no-no. I am not allowed to have a bad day or be sarcastic or be negative or this or that or get in an argument with a girl, because after what you saw with Jen S, you get in an argument, the cops hunt you down, throw you in maximum security prison for imperfection crimes and things like this. Really about something much bigger and not about me and who I am, right? Okay, so Hans, Arnold Silver, with his entire family, he would come down. He would have Stuart Silver, my what is that? It's like a stepbrother. My stepbrother sit there, take turns, belittle me. He knew about me going to strip clubs, which doesn't really bother me unless someone's sitting there treating you like shit over and over because of it. But yet the question of, how does this guy in Canada know about strip clubs and my personal life, right? And things got even freakier. Like, for example, when I was around 29 or 33, my stepfather, Arnold Silver, I found out was doing all these really abusive things to me that, same things as my father and everyone else. But remember, their argument is that I'm a paranoid schizo. So, try this one on for size. You're supposed to meet someone down, I don't remember, in like Wilshire area, for lunch or something, and I take a wrong turn, and I end up on Pacific Coast Highway, and I end up running out of gas. And so I have to walk to a gas station, get gas, whatever. I end up missing the meeting. It wasn't a meeting, it was like a lunch. The social lunch. And that night I get a call from my stepfather Arnold in Canada. And he ends the call with, just don't run out of gas. Okay? Now, first of all, in that entire conversation, I didn't mention anything to him about running out of gas in my car. Yet, he basically tells me in that cryptic sentence that I know you ran out of gas on Pacific Coast Highway. Right? Okay, now, remember the argument is that Kevin Pearlman, just at 29, became paranoid, and a virus crawled into his head like the movie Venom, and blah, 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 blah. And he's now magically a violent paranoid schizophrenic that's not allowed to ever talk to anyone on the planet or ever leave his house or do anything. Right? But, now, the entire story is people generally don't call up people hinting, I know you, from Canada, I know you ran out of gas on Pacific Coast Highway, I know you had anal sex with this girl last night. I know you tripped over something walking to your kitchen last night inside your house. I know that You were walking around your house inside singing Bye Bye Miss American Pie, right? Those are freaky things that aren't done to people. So, what is my point? My point is that people generally don't put surveillance equipment in your house, audio recording equipment in your house, have tabs on everything you do through GPS tracking and conversations from stranger after stranger. Now, why was he doing it? Because he was getting his jollies after skull fucking me, right? Okay, so then you go up to Canada, you try to be nice, Stuart invites you out or wants you to do him favors while taking turns in an angry rage. At one point I tell Stuart I'm done with him and this family. Things get worse for me, right? Other things Arnold was involved in, he wanted me to go on a really cool fishing trip, but it wasn't just, it was a dual purpose fishing trip. For example, this fishing trip involved flying to some island near Alaska in the middle of nowhere, where they had like a float houseboat, huge float houseboat that could hold shitloads of people, and you spend a week going out on smaller boats, fishing for salmon, and that's what you did all day and night. I mean, you put on your gear in the morning at 6 a.m. and you went out and you fished all day. Now, when he took me out here, which was a really awesome, I mean, people, you'd be like, this is great. I mean, someone that takes me out on a trip like this and invests probably an insane amount of money for that fishing trip, you know, is really kind and generous, right? But these are all dual purpose. So you go out on this fishing trip, and your step family sitting there taking turns on you with a little passive aggressive, I know this and I know that, and you're a loser. You might end up going to a restaurant with them and your stepfather Arnold, and they're just taking turns on you. You fly into some island island in the middle of nowhere with all trees and whatever, with this houseboat, and the entire people there, not just your family, but the employees on the houseboat, are all taking turns to provoke you, trying to get that anger, trying to get you to lash out in anger, right? Yet they couldn't, like usual, successfully get those reactions. Now you come home, of course you tell your mother, which obviously knows what's going on, that these things are happening, and it's, you know, he just took you on a trip and you should be thankful, blah, 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 right? You get the idea, right? You think it's for you and you think it's a really nice thing, but yet back to the old trolling or fishing, they're reeling you in for the kill, so to speak, or more importantly, the setup to make it look like you're a violent paranoid schizo, right? Once again, this is not one person, this is mass groups, and these employees at these fishing place, what allegiance did they have to Arnold Silver and his family? Example, Arnold, I don't like Kevin, he's a horrible person, right? Okay, so I'm going to tell a fishing company to harass his stepson in the middle of nowhere. What reasoning could they possibly have to say, sure, I'll help you? I haven't done anything to them. Well, their argument is, well, because Kevin's an asshole, he deserves it. But it still doesn't make sense whether I'm an asshole or not, because there are tons of assholes out there, and this does not happen. If I walk up to a stranger and I go, you see that person over there? He's an asshole. So get together with me, we're going to make them mentally ill and kill them. Okay, sure. Yeah, right, doesn't happen. Other things. Arnold wanting me to see his real estate company, and wanting to hire me. You can only imagine what would have happened with that. And talking about how he plays Monopoly with people's lives, and hinting how life's a game, which is what I described earlier. Some of these tactics of trying to make me look like I play games with people's lives, and I think I'm God, and I'm playing games with lives, and this and that, right? What else? Oh, this is the big one. Okay, so I think I explained a tidbit of how Mike Huntley, after he started the company with me, wanted to sign up to a gym after watching a promotional video about people who changed their lives around, and he knew that I had been working out on and off since 14, so he knew that's something I would like. So he watches this promotional video, and he wants to be part of this competition. And I said, I'm not concerned about the competition, but I'll go with you and be your partner because I want to be healthy like I always have been. And so we sign up, ironically, to the gym by my house, which was all strategically planned out, where he wanted me to meet Rody Morales, who was working on investigations with the LAPD to catch some person with a double identity who had killed someone in another country or something, and then befriended me, working on me with the paranoid schizo tactics, trying to get murder confessions out of me after taking me to strip clubs and all these things. We signed up at the gym. I go to the gym for years, without getting into all the things progressing and that were happening, being done to me, and half of them I didn't even know of at the time. There is a part right when Rody Morales is introduced to me, right before Rody Morales is introduced to me, my mother and Arnold come into town, and they want to go out to Santa Monica area. And so I meet them in Santa Monica, and Arnold Silver, my stepfather, specifically wants me to go with him and check out this restaurant Shotzi's in Venice Beach, which it's not there anymore. At the time, it was owned by Arnold Schwarzenegger. It was called Shotzi's, and they had cigar night once a month, where Victoria Walker, who was paid off by my father in LAPD to give me the toy gun for my 30th birthday, which in front of my father, where my father wanted to try to analyze my expression after my father, at 16, put the bullet hole in his 300E Mercedes with the LAPD to frame and pin on me. So after, now remember, Arnold and my father are not supposed to be friends with Victoria Walker or Matt Bombalaki or Michael Bialis, introduced to me originally through Brian Longbotham. So remember that. There's supposed to be no connection here, right? So now, getting my thoughts together. So Victoria Walker is told to give me this toy gun, which my father was pretending that he had a problem with me doing photo model shoots with, and he was pretending that his office had a problem because I was joking around with it on a social network profile, a toy gun in the privacy of your own home, as if that's really going to rattle people, right? I mean, what kind of people are these? If you fart, do they hunt you down and kill you, right? Okay, so, right, that is not normal human behavior to spaz out unless you actually pulled a gun in a public place and pointed it at people, right? Okay, well, nothing like that ever happened. It's a gun in the privacy of my own home, which is a toy gun, which I was actually convicted for falsified police reports and lawyers told to fuck me over, obviously being paid off, to intentionally convict me, to try to thug me quiet about the things I know, hence bringing out the picture of me and the toy gun in a courtroom, which were never even submitted into evidence for a counter cross-examination, right? Now, do you think any honest operation in the judicial system that involves things like evidence you're not allowed to prepare for trial for? Hell no, right? These operations are beyond any level of illegal. If the prosecutor is going to submit circumstantial evidence that Kevin is a crazy man because he has a social picture of him holding a toy gun in the privacy of his own home on social networks with thousands of other joking, thematic photos like it, based on fantasy, then the defense is sure as hell going to prepare for trial based on the evidence that is submitted in the court, right? Well, that never happened. My lawyer was told to screw me over every way, shape, and form, and leave out anything that shows that I'm innocent, anything that shows I'm being stalked, anything that shows I'm being set up. You name it, without going into the details here because that's for a different conversation. It's so vast. You get the idea. And since we're on this topic, back to Jen Pilchick, my sister-in-law. Her father, Jay Pilchick, is a Florida court reporter, right? Well, okay, here's one for you. These arrests in 2017, there have been multiple arrests to try to thug me quiet. These arrests in 2017, just kind of me doing research, trying to figure out who's who and what people are accusing me of, because the accusations are like 100 a day based on lie after lie. I noticed on the discovery or the paperwork that my neighbor is the court reporter on the trial, right? Okay, think about this. You have been hunted since the day you moved into this apartment for 20 years by the entire community. And I don't want to go into the specifics in this video. It'll take too long of the terror operations and mental illness operations to have me killed or rid me of the world. So you're going to have to take my word for it, or you can just go to the website and see all the photographs and video. But while all that's going on, and my crime of saying I'm being stalked, please leave me alone, is going on, the adjoining, okay, they're townhouses, and I'm not going to mention all the related events with Fernanda Simi in my father's office trying to steal the property with Lorena Escobar and the Latin neighbor who moved in next door to me working with plumbing companies and the homeowners associations, and Elsie Sandoval in my father's office. Those are all discussions off topic which relate but don't relate. They substantiate and solidify these mass torture operations, but I'll get to that later. I'm going to stick to Jay Pilchick, Jen Pilchick, my sister-in-law. Jason Perlman's wife's father is a Florida court reporter. Now, I find out during these arrests that the adjoining wall to my townhouse, that property is owned by a court reporter. And it's not just owned by any court reporter, it's owned by the court reporter in the courtroom within the trial of these setup operations, frame job operations, to rid me of the world. Now, what are the chances, with all the other coincidences, 100 per day, going on, that the court reporter, not only this, has never lived in her place, right? The court reporter has never lived in this place. Think about that. And before I even knew it was a court reporter, I could tell that there was audio tapping and all sorts of surveillance going on, right? So, without going too far back, right after living with Janet Nordette in my father's house, and my father's lies that I supposedly did all these things to Janet, just like everyone else, my father is kind enough to find me a place through his real estate agent, which, sure, you could debate whether I should have let him or not, but, you know, you have a father and you trust him, and you think he's a good person, so you use his resources, and they find me a place, and they also find me a place where they can use the street signs to also create mental illness, like Burbank Street and the movie Truman Burbank and all sorts of freaky things like this, right? And and also Juliana Place, which linked back to this Julia Hayes model and porn star or playmate with people in University of Colorado whose name were Julia, trying to skullfuck me, and which linked back to Stephania or Stephanie, also screen name Skylar, working with the police to skullfuck me to death, pretending that she was Julia Hayes, right? Or trying to pretend she was Julia Hayes. Okay, so, right? These aren't normal things. The things I'm talking about going from thing to thing are not normal things. Okay, and they're obviously police operations. Okay, so now you understand that the property that my father put me on, he was obviously notifying everyone around me to work on me with this paranoid schizo tactics to try to remove me from society. Okay, so there is a court reporter in the judicial system purchasing properties with the court so that they can illegally do things like illegal bug tapping, illegal audio surveillance. And what they were doing with all these things, normally if you're surveillanced, they collect the information to try to get something to use against you, right? But that's not what they were doing. They're using the information to try to flip me into a paranoid schizo. So, for example, maybe if I say something loud, then people would follow me around, mimicking it back. Well, that has nothing to do with surveillance. That has nothing to do with trying to find out if someone committed a crime or is committing a crime, right? Now remember, some of Lorena Escobar's words to me were indirectly off going to lunch, trying in her angry voice, well, it's what some people are up to in the privacy of their own home, right? Basically stating indirectly that she's accusing me of a crime in the privacy of my own home and hunting me down to kill me. But remember that these crimes keep changing on a daily basis, right? Now, which also link up to Rody Morales trying to plant a trash bag full of marijuana on me before marijuana was legalized, right? So you get the idea. And why did Rody Morales switch from murder confessions to marijuana? Which is it? Am I a drug dealer or am I a murderer? Right? There's inconsistency. Because the reason there's inconsistency is because they're not going after me for something I've done wrong. They're just trying to rid me of the world no matter what it takes. So you have this, you have them collecting audio, video, you name it, and then trying to make me mentally ill with it to get those reactions to set me up. Okay, so, example. An example is, I don't want to go too deep in this. Example is the HOA, the Homeowners Association, was contacted. They were told to have their plumbers knock on my door. The plumber said there's a leak in between your house and your neighbor's. The plumbers poke holes in my wall, which go halfway through the wall but not to the other person's place. Then the plumbers leave and they never patch it up, not letting me know. And then later on I find out there's holes in my wall, but I'm too consumed with being hunted and killed to fix it, right? Well, my mother's playing this game like, oh, there's holes in your wall, working angles to try to make me look crazy. At the same time, while they were hacking my webcam, they heard Alexis Amore on a porno say, wow, and after that, instantly after that, within like a day or maybe even hours, people started following me to coffee shops, and as they walked by, go, wow. And now that's been going on for about 10 years, from person to person, directed at me, wow, 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 wow. Why? Is it about surveillance or collecting anything I'm doing wrong? No. Because if you surveillance, if you're the FBI and you surveillance someone, or you have a warrant to surveillance someone, you're collecting something they did wrong, and once you have proof, you arrest them for probable cause and evidence, right? But if they hear wow, and then stranger after stranger worldwide mimic that to try to repetitiously drive you crazy, what does that have to do with crime other than them trying to kill you or end your life by flipping you out and making you look crazy, right? So their reasoning, and remember, this is being done by the police with citizens worldwide, the police and government telling people that I'm a possible this or that, and then turning all these people into vigilantes, getting them to commit the crimes in their names, but these are all police resources. So, you get the idea, right? We got that. We got the court reporter, which link up to my sister-in-law and my brother. The brother who tells me at 16 years old that he and his friends are going to put me in a mental institution in a little bit non-direct way, but direct enough that it's blatantly obvious it's directed at me. Right? Okay. So anyways, back to Arnold. So you get the idea that all these people are working together. Now, back to Shotzi's. This is important, but I wanted you to understand the dynamics between Rody Morales, the Topanga LAPD with worldwide LAPD, NSA, FBI, trying to make it look like I killed someone and I'm on the run and I've shot someone or killed someone or whatever, and just one of these many tactics or frame jobs or setups or smears. And Arnold Silver wants me to show me Shotzi's restaurant. We're down in Venice. I want you to see Shotzi's. Mike Huntley wants to join the gym where Rody Morales is working, the gym manager, to befriend me. And Rody Morales befriends me and says, let's go to strip clubs, let's do this, while working with Victoria Walker, who is also working with the feds and police. And Victoria Walker working a whole different angle. For example, Rody Morales would say, let's go to Spearmint Rhino or Fort Play, and Victoria Walker would say, Kevin, I work at Party Pop, can you go to this website for me? My internet isn't working. And on Party Pop there are like classified prostitution ads for a stripper that followed me to Fort Play named Stephania, hinting about Stephanie Schuyler in Colorado when I met her, right? So all these connected events. Now, so what are people being told? Well, they're being given this out of context information. Look, Kevin's surfing this website. He sees this prostitute stripper. He follows her to foreplay. He's stalking her. He's doing this to her. Now look, she's mad at him even though he didn't do or say anything to her. He's clearly stalking, harassing women, blah, blah, blah. And the entire planet is being given these out of context things in secret, where I have no defense and can't state what the hell is going on, and it's all one-sided and in secret. So, so back to Shotzi's. Okay, so Arnold, my stepfather, shows me Shotzi's, and that's that. Now, after this, I'm given a shirt, and I think it was sent to me by my mother and my father, Arnold, and it was Arnold Schwarzenegger, dedicated Arnold Schwarzenegger shirt for the Simon Wiesenthal convention. I think it's like a Holocaust survivor, and it's the famous either Gold's or World's Gym, the ape standing on the planet Earth, lifting bent barbells over his head, hinting about Arnold Schwarzenegger. Now, if you remember earlier in this conversation, I talked about how at one point in the mid-90s, I was talking to someone about the Arnold Schwarzenegger movie, the biography about his Mr. Olympia weightlifting days, and how he was ruthless and giving people disinformation to make them lose and make fools out of them, which was, like everything else, twisted and contorted and used against me, that I'm a violent sociopath and paranoid schizophrenic, and so I do things to these people, just like my harmless artwork of Mike Tyson fighting a Asian game character of Katana means that I'm supposedly think I'm black and I'm a wife beater who beats up on Asians. Hence porn stars like Hitomi Tanaka, sort of playing her mind games using her name Hitomi, right? You get the idea. Okay, so of course these people are just trying to help me, right? Where am I? Okay, so now we're going to take Kevin's a paranoid schizo, and Kevin Perlman now has an Arnold Schwarzenegger shirt, and Kevin thinks he's Arnold Schwarzenegger, and Kevin's doing horrible things to people, supposedly, right? Okay, do you see the frame jobs? While they seem harmless on the surface, they're not harmless, and it's not because I'm wearing a Simon Wiesenthal Arnold Schwarzenegger shirt. It's because of the psychological information that's being disseminated to the entire planet, that Kevin's crazy and Kevin's this and Kevin's that, with these complete fictional stories. Okay, so the entire reasoning I was sent that shirt was to try to make me look crazy. That's the point I'm getting at. Now, at this point, Victoria Walker and Matt Von Balaki, who had spent years on me with all sorts of these tactics, working with the feds, police, NSA, government, my family, and remember, Victoria Walker is posing as a ex-prostitute, but I guarantee you, from her conservative views and her in communication with my conservative father, that I highly doubt she was ever anything, whether it be a hooker, which is illegal in the U.S., or a stripper, which is perfectly legal. None of the above. She's a fake, she's a fraud, whatever. And working with the police, and playing this game how Oliver, the manager of the strip club Foreplay, was shot with a sniper rifle, so therefore somehow it's my fault, and she's taking out her anger about Oliver on me because I could be crazy from the toy gun she gave me, and I could be the kind of guy that buys 100 million guns, which is irrelevant no matter how you spin it, because it's not about how many guns you own, it's about your actions. Needless to say, I don't own any guns because I don't care less. I couldn't care less about guns because I don't need guns, because I'm more about accomplishing things in life instead of looking like some thug that has self-esteem issues, right? Okay, so anyways, and my idea of life is accomplishments and doing things with your life. I don't have a need for guns. So that brings into question why there's so many gun frame jobs on me, right? I'm not some super NRA gun owner that's standing up publicly speaking. I've never even owned a gun. I never even cared about guns. The only time I really ever had association with guns is my father and his 357 that supposedly was given to him by Bruce Simon, which probably was just a gun he bought because he wanted to rid his son of the world, trying to pin and frame things on me. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with guns. I mean, guns can be pretty cool, and I have no problem going to shooting ranges and shooting guns and this and that within the legal spectrum of guns, and I have no problem. I even think that automatic weapons should probably be legalized fully automatic, because it's really not going to make a difference if some crazy dude's going to go out and blow away 1 billion people, whether the gun's legal or illegal. He's going to do it anyways if he's gone off the edge that far. But needless to say, I couldn't care less about guns. Hence, okay, so Arnold Silver has shown me Shotsies, They have sent me the Arnold Schwarzenegger shirt, trying to make me look crazy, taking my internet dialogues out of context and giving them to the world, that I'm like Arnold Schwarzenegger and trying to ruin people's lives. Okay? Hence, all that with I supposedly have sabotaged every relationship around me, which is all coming from thin air and not true. Right? You see the communication, how it's all coming together based on all this information and secret behind my back. Now, boom, Victoria Walker and Matt Von Malaki, who are pitching that I'm trying to steal Victoria away from Matt because I've crossed the boundaries on a triangle relationship, because Victoria Walker married Matt Von Malaki and I'm still friends with an old friend, stating that it's somehow a crime to be friends with someone who is married to the opposite sex, which would apply to every person on this planet. Doesn't make sense. Of course, then switching up to other things. Example, Victoria keeps calling me over. I want you to help me. I want you to help me. Will you do this for me? Will you do that for me? Kevin won't leave me alone, and he's trying to steal me away from Matt. Right? Okay? The same Aubrey Fisher tactic, right? Okay. So now, and my parents pitching, trying to make me think that because I've blurred the lines on boundary issues in space, that I've somehow created this situation for myself. Well, that's absurd. Okay? We're all responsible for our own actions and behaviors, and my behavior is simply helping out those that ask me in need, doing nothing illegal, and being the friendliest person known to man. And if someone gets offended and tries to hunt me down and kill me, that's not my fault. That's their fault, because they're psychotic murderers. Okay, so Victoria Walker, Matt Von Malaki, who Victoria Walker meets Matt, who is a trainer at my gym, who I told Victoria Walker that she should work out to be healthy, and so she starts going to my gym, showing that I'm not the one with boundary or territory issues, it's them. Right? I say, go to my gym, work out, be healthy, and then they say, we're going to get rid of you. Right? Okay. But it's not really about that. It's about something much deeper, as you see. Okay, so, now, Victoria Walker, obviously working with Rody Morales and everyone else, want to take me to Shotzi's, Arnold Schwarzenegger's restaurant, and the key here is the name, Shotzi's. Remember, they like to use name references to try to turn me into a paranoid schizo, right? Arnold Silver shows me Shotzi's. Arnold sends me a shirt about Arnold Schwarzenegger. Victoria Walker, then just coincidentally wants to take me to Shotzi's. That's a pretty damn big coincidence, right? And for cigar night every month, I didn't know this was going on. All sorts of things were happening, like Frank the Zipper was pissed off at me for some reason, and I couldn't figure out why. And the reason why was because he was going to the same gym. He's like a famous bodybuilder, and the reason why was because they had his redhead wife for some reason stop going to our gym. And remember, there's nothing I said or did to this person like everyone else. And Rody Morales comes up to me and says, Kevin, I have a friend that works at 24-Hour Fitness, and he'll give you a free membership because he's my friend. Who's going to pass that up, right? And so you go, okay, sure. And I go over to 24-Hour Fitness, and the guy's full of shit. And he says, well, try it out and tell me what you think. And I try out the gym for an hour, and I see the redhead, which apparently was Frank the Zipper's wife, which I had no clue because, once again, a random stranger who I said or did nothing to. And then I go back to the guy, and I said, okay, well, I tried it out. And he said, okay, well, this is the pricing for the membership, right? Okay, so it was a bait and switch, and I didn't buy the membership. But gee, what do you think they were doing? He was trying to make it look like I was obsessed with his wife and stalking her. Right? Okay. So after that, we go to Shotzi's for cigar night, where, you know, people from the gym get together. And of course, Frank the Zipper is giving me mean looks the whole time in anger and rage. I have no clue why. And of course, at the time, I don't know what the fuck's even going on. I'm just sort of trying to put the pieces together of why there seems to be a worldwide campaign to kill me and what the hell's going on. I think this was right after 29. It's hard to remember the time frame. But I saw Frank the Zipper years later trying to say that I'm an asshole to cover up their crimes. But you get the idea, right? Nothing happened with his wife. Nothing could have happened. Nothing came close to happening. Nothing was even ever said to his wife. So why would there be this elaborate setup to try to make it look like I'm following his wife to 24-hour fitness while she pretends to quit the gym as if I did something to her, right? Okay, the same repetitive frame jobs that I'm talking about over and over. So what was the reason behind Shotzi's? Well, I think I just stated the reason behind Shotzi's was to scare me into that false confession that I killed someone and shot them, right? Now, where does that come from? Well, it comes from my father's 300E Mercedes that he and the police put the bullet hole in when I was 16. But where does that come from? That comes from the watercolor painting that Patty Guggen didn't like of the Grateful Dead picture of the skull with the cowboy hat holding the gun like this. That I watercolor painted that Patty Guggen said you better not show your father with the Black Wolf sketch that I gave her, right? Well, where does that come from? Well, that goes back to the Land of Scorch and the movie by Ralph Bakshi, Wizards at 5 years old, that my father took me to in 1977 for the sole purpose to try to use that movie with random people to send me Adolf Hitler, Nazi, schizo messages to flip me out and try to make it look like I'm a violent, paranoid schizo, and in anger and rage, linking back to kissing the black girl at around 8 years old to 10 years old, where my family was running around saying I'm a white supremacist for kissing the black girl, right? All these things are connected. Now, it is hard for me, myself, even after what I've seen all day and night for 17 years, and things I've put together, that my family is capable of taking a 5-year-old, and abusing and molesting him like that, right? I mean, who could think about something like that? Now, you know what my haters are going to do. They're going to try to come up with some cover-up lie that people who are abused abuse other people, right? I've seen that scam done to me over and over. Before I even knew I was being abused, I saw that scam done to me, right? Well, if someone who abuses you and you don't even know what's going on because their psychological warfare tactics says that you're abusing people because you've been abused and you don't even know what's going on yet, says anything you need to know, that these people will say anything. They will say and do anything. And they will take money to be paid to do it, like Victoria Walker or whatever, right? Okay, so I'm trying to think if there's anything more on Shotzi's. I mean, there's tons of things with Shotzi's alone that I don't need to go into because they don't really directly relate to this topic, but you can understand that they're using these name references like the restaurant Shotzi's, telling everyone I'm crazy, I'm a schizo, I think I'm Arnold Schwarzenegger, sabotaging people, all these relationships that my family says I've sabotaged, none of which are true. All of this, every single thing disseminated to the world is complete fiction based on thin air. So Arnold Silber, you can see, is connected with my father, Ron Perlman, his family working on me, them working on the you shot someone paranoid schizo tactic, linking back to, I didn't explain, I explained it in a different video, linking back to Black Wolf and the Good Wizard from the movie Wizards, and in the end, the wizard doesn't use magic, he shoots Black Wolf. That's why they were trying to make me look, that's what they were trying to substantiate or use to twist and contort to make me look crazy, right? My father's showing these movies to try to flip me into a paranoid state. Doesn't work. I'm creating artwork not knowing what's going on, just random artwork. They see the artwork, they go on the defensive, whether they think I know, because that's what Patty Guggen said to me at one point, around 2010 or something, maybe 2007, we thought you knew. It's still hard for me to fully understand that statement, but the statement itself says that something freaky is going on, right? We thought you knew. Well, they thought I knew something demented they were doing to me, but I can't tell you specifically what. Patty Guggen gets the picture of Black Wolf. Patty Guggen sees a completely non-related watercolor painting of the Grateful Dead picture, which was actually a copy of the real Grateful Dead image that I told her I wanted to get a tattoo of, which she just flipped out, went ballistic, with my father. And you can see how Patty Guggen was involved in a mass crime and got defensive, right? Now, on that note, let's just talk about psychology. I didn't give Patty Guggen a picture of me shooting Black Wolf, right? I didn't give Patty Guggen a picture of me shooting Patty Guggen or a person, right? I didn't give Patty Guggen a picture of the Good Wizard shooting Black Wolf out of the movie, right? So the imagery that Patty Guggen got, which put her such on the defensive with my father, was not me doing anything wrong, or not me sending any artistic messages to them which could apply to anything, because they're completely non-relating. They're just random artworks. But they, through their guilt and their baggage and the things that they are involved in, because fathers don't generally put bullet holes in cars to try to frame their sons. That's not generally practiced for any reason but to rid your son of the world. Saw the picture, said, oh shit, he knows what's going on, I'm going to rid him of the world. Oh wait, my father actually put the bullet hole in the car after the picture. But still, it's the same thing. That's even more. So they saw the picture. Let me back up. They saw the picture. They applied it to the movie that when I was 5 years old. Right? So, if I'm a schizo, why did they have the guilt about a movie at 5 years old that the average child couldn't even remember? Right? Does that make sense? So I create the artwork. Patty Guggen and my father think that I know that my father's trying to make me mentally ill and flip me out and rid me of the world, gang stalker, gaslight me. Then they put the bullet hole in the car, saying that I'm crazy and I'm reenacting the movie and I'm a violent paranoid schizo, because they think that I know what they're doing to cover up their crimes. Now comes the let's take Kevin to Shotsies and hint about Arnold Schwarzenegger shooting people, sabotaging people's lives, this and that. Well, why? Well, like I said before, it's for multiple reasons. One is to gaslight me, flip me out, collapse my brain. The other is to remove me from society by trying to get one of multiple things. One would be that coerced false confession, like me running to the police saying I shot someone, which is what Fernanda Simi with my father was doing in his office, her telling me I need to go to the police, and me going, I don't even know what to say to the police, right? And because you can't just say what I'm saying on these videos to the police If they know what's going on, like they do, they're going to tell you you're crazy, like they tried, and have thrown me in maximum security prison to try to scare me quiet for misdemeanors. And with the gun picture, remember that. And if you don't know what's going on, or if they don't know what's going on, they're going to just say this guy's babbling random rhetoric, right? Now, if you walk in with a hard drive full of proof like I did, and they go, I don't have the time, and no matter what you gave them with solid evidence, they keep turning the other eye or lying to your face or things like that, then you know they're involved, which is exactly what I did. And you can go to my website, police refusing to help section, which shows no matter how many people slashed my tires, no matter how many people assaulted me, you name it, they would not help or investigate on any of these things, showing that they're heavily involved. You get the idea. So then Arnold... So anyways, I sidetracked a little on this relevant, non-relevant Arnold Silber thing, but you can see that, once again, Arnold Silber was told to do the same exact things that every other person was told, like Shelley Humphreys, right? Was to sit there, make up a lie, how I've somehow did something to them and attack me with insane amounts of people until I'm dead and gone. And then the more I walk away, the more I'm followed by mass groups saying, you know what you did, you're a dead man, right? Basically saying, no matter what you do, you're dead, and no matter how much you try to walk away from it, you're dead. Hence, example, Victoria Walker, Matt Malaki, Brian Longbotham, Michael Bialis should have no relation. Okay, ran out of SD card rooms, so this is going to be a long one, but it's important information. So, anyways, where was I? So I was talking about the trial, these cover-up trials, and to make a long story short, you get the idea that everyone in the judicial system and psychology community is trying to cover up these operations by making it look like I'm a public nuisance and a violent, paranoid schizo and a crazy man, which means that everyone who watches this, who goes to my website, needs to question what is really going on here. That a man is being hunted by an entire planet full of people in secret, unable to comprehend what it's really about, because it's not really about anything, and that most importantly, while most people might not like me based on the lies they've been told, I can understand that, because a lot of people believe what they're told instantly, or they dramatize off the news as if the news is always right, never fact-checking and thinking that the news fact checks are always right, believing that the information they're fed is always true, hence why things like propaganda are so taboo. Really don't understand. I'm not trying to be mean when I say a lot of people are like sheep. Most people are on autopilot and they're fed information and they just believe it, especially when they're younger. They're elastic, they're more, how do you say this? They're easier to manipulate when they're younger, because they haven't been through life experiences based on lies and deceit, especially when it's on a political or government level, who will do anything to cover up such secrets like theirs directed at me, which involve constitutional violations, or psychology communities, which was the point I was getting at, involved in something so disturbing, right? Who in the psychology community is allowed to say, well, I think that guy's crazy, so therefore we can hunt him and kill him, right? Crimes are based on crimes. They're not based on someone's perception, right? Some scared little girl claiming that guy could be a serial killer because he didn't shave, that's irrelevant. That doesn't apply to anything. The only thing that applies is if you go out and you commit a crime. And if you commit a crime you are to be held accountable, arrested, and proven in a court of law, so that all possibility, or to the best of the government's ability, possibility of you being convicted based on it not being true happens. That is why we moved here from England and established the Bill of Rights and the Constitution of the United States, so that people aren't oppressed, and that doesn't happen. And most people seem to have forgotten that in their technology era, because they're in their little warm comfort of their homes. But let me tell you, when people start being ripped away from their homes and killed or disappear based on things like that are being done to me, or they're just made to look like they went crazy and snapped, or this and that, known as gang stalking, they will think differently. And so, while most people run around that can't happen here, I am here to tell you bull fucking shit. Okay? I have lived it. I have witnessed it. I have spent the last 17 years all day and night being followed, provoked, attacked, people waiting for me every single place I go in the planet. People know me based on these government smears. You name it. Now, let me tell you that there is a reason that it is so important that the government will hunt me and kill me and stop me from talking, or try to drag my name through the mud to make me look like a violent paranoid schizo who is a public nuisance. And that is not because anything I've done wrong. I can assure you is what I know. And no, I am not a ex-government employee like Edward Snowden. I have no government resources. I have no government associations. I am some poor schmo that woke up at 29 years old finding out that he is being hunted by the government, NSA, FBI, psychology community with every resource known to man. They probably invested 1 million times more resources in me than they did to bin Laden. And let me tell you, there's nothing I've done but think that Christy Reynolds is cute and couldn't take my eyes off of her. Okay? What is my point? My point is that you could be dragged away from your home for thinking a girl is cute. You could be dragged away from your home and rid of the world for smiling imperfectly at a girl. That's my point. My point is that there is no balance. There is no checks and balances to what our government is doing. There is no checks and balances with these illegal NSA operations, which supposedly a lot of them have been shut down, but I can assure you that a lot of it is still going on, whether it be under the NSA or other organizations that we don't know about, right? And my point is, Edward Snowden is a hero, and while yes, he did breach government contract, which makes him an enemy of the state, sometimes things aren't as simple as you want them to be, and sometimes there are brave heroes like Edward Snowden who have come forward, no matter how bad their life is going to end up, to try to make people aware of what's coming, what's next, what's going on, which is beyond any level of unacceptable. And a bunch of whatever you want to call them, elite paranoid psychopaths in our government that data mine all of our lives, trying to do whatever it takes in the name of terrorism, endangering people's lives, especially for what they find out is not a government that's on your side. Okay? It's a power-hungry tyrant kingdom with no law, no order, not following any constitutional rights, laws, balance. They're just going to do whatever the hell they want, and your life is in danger. And when you're met with the kind of resources that I found out I was met with at 29, I mean, think about this. Some guy, he's born into a good I was going to say good family, but middle-class family with money, goes to college, has visions of the capitalistic dream, is helping everyone in his path, wakes up to find out at 29 that for absolutely no reason at all, there's billions and billions of government dollars invested to hunt him down and exterminate him with the psychology community, should rattle you. And you don't know where it's coming from. At 29, I find out there's a worldwide campaign to kill me, although I can't process it. Right? Think about that. You're living your life, you're helping everyone in your path, you're the nicest person known to man. You're like one of these dudes that spent their lives traveling third world countries and feeding the homeless, and feeding and sheltering the homeless, and not like the movie Volunteers. And all of a sudden, bam, you're 29, there's a worldwide campaign to kill you, and it's like 100,000 raptors on all the different sides of you, charging at you with no communication skills, because raptors don't talk, and they're just going to shred you up. And you keep asking what the fuck is going on, but there's no answer. But, you know, in the movies when raptors kill you, it's instant. Uh-oh, am I still recording? Yeah, I am. Okay, so, you know, in those dinosaur movies, when the raptors kill you, you die instantly. But with gang stalking, you don't die instantly. You're slowly picked apart and tortured to death all day and night, like the water drip torture. Okay? You're sitting there, you're watching millions of people working on you all day and night. In my case, 100,000 to a million per day for 17 years, and it's been escalating since 5 years old. You're never directly attacked. The motive to kill you, or the technique to kill you, is to slowly torture you until your nervous system gives out and you die and collapse. And then if you end up having to go to doctors and hospitals, whatever, psychologists, the very people that are supposed to help you will help take turns on you while you're in the hospital dying until you're dead and gone. Okay? Almost every doctor, every nurse, every psychologist, people in the community that are supposed to help people that are dying, sat there working on me to help kill me in this agenda to kill me. So, what is the point? They keep ratcheting down on you over and over. The weaker you get, the more help you need. The more help you need, the more they ratchet down on you by the people that are supposed to help you until you're dead and gone, met with death threats like therapists in Michigan and Woodland Hills, stating that people with anxiety die at a young age, justifying and taking part in helping murder operations with the psychology community, government of the United States, NSA, FBI, police, you name it. Okay? Why is this being done to me? Well, I committed a crime. At 5 years old, I watched the movie Wizards, right? Yeah, that adds up. Okay, so anyways, this is a pretty deep conversation in the dynamics of the frame jobs of Kevin Perlman, the supposedly sabotaging people's relationships, and somehow, because I told someone that I saw the movie, the biography about Arnold Schwarzenegger, therefore I'm a violent paranoid schizo who is destroying people's lives, whatever. It's the same bullshit, out of context information defamation to the world as everything else. You get the idea. I hope some people will listen to these incredibly lengthy conversations because, well, they might not be Hollywood entertaining. They're very important to not only my life expectancy, but everyone else's expectancy of who's next and who wants to stand up to this government corruption, which people have a hard time believing is going on, and more importantly, they think isn't true because the government is telling them that I've done all these horrible things and I'm on the run, which isn't true. The only thing that is true is Kevin Perlman was targeted by the government and his family from a very young age with the psychology community, and anything I have to say, which is my First Amendment, makes them go ballistic, and they will not allow that to happen, and killing me is their recourse, and doing it in such a way that makes it look like I'm a horrible person or crazy, known as gang stalking or gaslighting, is their means. And this is always asked of me, well, why doesn't someone just shoot me or kill me? Well, if a police officer like Sean Dinsey walks up to me and blows my brains out, then he will make me a martyr, which I already am, and he will have proven that everything I have said is true. Hence, the crazy guy that's shot by some rogue police officer proves that he's not crazy. Hence, why they have to get me to die, my nervous system to give out, or get me to blow my brains out, is something that's not investigated. Okay? It looks like someone just couldn't take it and off themselves. Hence the definition of gang stalking. So I hope you watch this, and I'll end it here because this one looks like it's over 4 hours. So until next, hello.